myfreehealthbook.com. Hi, it's Asa here. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Do you need a new prescription for your life? I have a special gift for all my listeners. I'm giving away a free copy of my international best-selling book to help you truly live your potential. All you have to do is cover the shipping and handling, and I will give you the book absolutely free. I want to invest in you and your health this year. So get your free copy of my book by visiting myfreehealthbook.com. That's myfreehealthbook.com, and let's get healthy together this year.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for the... And there they go. Almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
You're listening to KGUM-FM Dedido, Wave 105.1 FM, the Talk of Guam, a proud Glimpses media radio station.
Buenas. Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett. Please keep me in the people's house, and I'll keep fighting for our families. I'll keep fighting for accountability and transparency from a government that wants to keep you in the dark. I'll keep fighting the special interests and corruption that paralyze progress. I'm ready to continue what we've started together, doing good for Guam. Put Fabota. Vote number 11, Democrat, and bring in Barnett again. Be back! Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett, Zahua Prebe, este na mensaje.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. The economy expanded at a sluggish 1.5% pace between April and June. Rising imports played a role, as well as rising energy costs. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says growth is down and costs are up.
Americans see it at the gas pump. They see it at the grocery store. They see it whenever they pay the rent or for heating or for electricity. Trump, on the other hand, has no clue just how deep in the dumps his economy is. He keeps calling higher costs a hoax and affordability a made-up word.
The Federal Reserve's favored measure of inflation grew more slowly last month, but remained above the central bank's 2% target. A man who gave his son the gun he used to kill 2 students and 2 teachers at Appalachia High School in Georgia was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Colin Gray's sentencing came days after his son, 16-year-old Colt Gray, was sentenced to life in prison without parole. This is Judge Nicholas Prim.
My heart aches for everyone that was there that day, for all of you that have been impacted by it. But the law requires that I set aside emotion. I don't get to sentence with passion.
A jury in March found Colin Gray guilty of second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter. First responders gave jurors a first-hand account of what they found after Massachusetts mother Lindsay Clancy killed her 3 children and tried to take her own life. This is day 3 of the murder trial that is focused on Clancy's mental state. Analysts are expecting major oil companies to report large profits, while fighting between Iran and the U.S. impeded petroleum shipments. Prices for Brent crude soared above $100 a barrel for much of the spring. One child has died, another is missing after 2 10-year-olds went into a rain-swollen river in New Jersey. More information at apnews.com. This is AP News. Europe could use lots more rain. The AP's Karen Chamas reports on a drought's effect on the Danube River.
As heat waves and wildfires continue to hit Europe, the Danube River is also seeing the effects of climate change, as a severe drought has led it to record low water levels, affecting tourism and industry. In Budapest, the Danube was measured at just 23 centimetres, breaking previous records. River cruise ships are docking upriver and sightseeing cruises have been cancelled. In Novi Sad in Serbia, boathouse owner Radovan Segert says boating season is over already, as there's not enough water for anything other than little rides on small boats. The drought has also affected Hungary and Romania's nuclear power plant operations and exposed a World War II bomb, rocks and old shipwrecks. I'm Karen Chamas.
And I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Half a day, Guam. This is Paul Stanko from your National Weather Service. Isolated showers will become scattered this afternoon and remain so through at least the middle of next week. Southwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour will ramp up to breezy for the weekend and windy for next week. The risk of rip currents and the fire danger are both moderate. A gale watch has been issued due to the potential for gale force gusts next week. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
The road to Adelup is here, and this time we spoke with Democrat candidates, Senator Toris Terlahi and Senator Sabina Perez. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to govern Guam. Watch the conversation on Wave 105's YouTube channel, dated May 28th. This is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
Half a day, Guam. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM. It is 6:05 on a Friday, July 31st, streaming live and online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations. Turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. It's a celebration. Celebrate liberation with Triple J Ford Liberation Celebration. Price prices below dealer costs, thousands off retail, and F-150s starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear. Serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. This is the Wave 105 FM. Studio lines are at 671-922-1051 or 1052.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer in the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans, 40 years and 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Code 1 Store. Your one-stop shop for public safety and everyday gear. Shop trusted brands with tactical pouches, apparel, and footwear. Serving Guam since 1999. Celebrate liberation with our special giveaway happening now. Code 1 Store. Gear up today.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
When families feel safe, communities grow stronger. Senator Chris Duenas passed the Malig Act to put more officers on our streets and confront the meth crisis hurting too many of our people. He led efforts to expand affordable housing through the additional dwelling unit and advanced nitrate bills. And now he is authoring his second balanced budget that protect essential services while supporting private sector jobs. Steady leadership, real results. Re-elect Chris Duenas. He's focused, balanced, and ready.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
When Guam is not heard in Washington, our families pay the price. We pay it in higher costs, in housing that feels out of reach, in food assistance put at risk, and our Manamco and neighbors with disabilities still waiting for benefits they've earned. Mary Camacho Torres is running to change that. She'll fight to lower costs, deliver fairness for our veterans and downwind communities, and make sure Guam finally has a voice that's heard. This election, vote Mary Camacho Torres for Congress, number 1 on the ballot.
I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the Torres for Congress Committee.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Buenas. Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett. Please keep me in the people's house, and I'll keep fighting for our families. I'll keep fighting for accountability and transparency from a government that wants to keep you in the dark. I'll keep fighting the special interests and corruption that paralyzed progress. I'm ready to continue what we've started together, doing good for Guam. Put Fabota. Vote number 11, Democrat, and bring in Barnett again. Viva! Wahoo si Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett, Zahua Prebe, Este na mensahe.
Our island is important to all of us, and you deserve leaders who will fight to improve it. I fought for Guam's future. Tax refunds are paid faster than ever. I fixed roads so your families can commute safely. We've seized more meth than the previous two administrations combined and helped more people recover from addictions. I built gyms and playgrounds in our villages so our children have a place to grow and thrive, and I have much more to do.
I focused on growing opportunities for us all. My laws built hundreds of affordable homes and granted millions to first-time homeowners. I've worked to bring new industries to Guam, creating jobs, evolving our island and workforce, and I'm not done yet.
We're ready to build Guam's future together, and we need your help.
On August 1st, please vote Tenorio
Munya Barnes, number 2 Democrat. Let's go Guam!
I'm Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready? Who's ready for some of that good love? Count me out!
And you've got it tuned in to Mornings with Patti.
Come on! 1, 2, good love, that's what I'm drinking. Let's sip it down, go without thinking. Good love, that's what I'm making. We'll break this house when it starts shaking. Come on, come on.
That's what the man said. Come on, with a little scream in the end. Yeah, it is the day to scream. It's Friday. Yay! It's the end of the month. We're moving into the elections tomorrow. Can it get any better? We're happy that you're here. Thank you for joining us on this Friday, the 31st of July. I'm rocking your outfit, by the way. Thank you. You're fit with, you're just head to toe branding. I'm trying. We're all about that product placement around here.
Yeah,
you know, we got to support.
So when you get like a fit like you're doing,
okay, all right, okay,
thank you. You're welcome. But do you have corresponding undergarments?
What do you mean? Yeah, you got to down to the boxers, Patti. What?
No kidding.
Yeah, bang bang Niner gang. Sorry to be so much detail, but yeah, sorry.
that was a lot for us to know.
That was a lot to know, but yeah,
I was trying to be
sorry.
I was trying to be conservative, but you said boxers, so
sorry.
there it is.
Yeah,
there it is, people.
Just
Let your
try.
imaginations roam. Well, I don't know what brand that you're going with. You're
on,
going
right
with
on.
color fit.
That's
so
what we're
you're
doing.
red,
That's
black,
what we're
white,
doing.
which
Yes,
is the
ma'am.
color of Coca-Cola, and you're
That's
rocking
right.
the cap.
Headquarters.
She's wearing a San Francisco 49ers
right.
jacket. and so all is right with the world, man.
That's what we're doing.
Are
That's
you,
what we're
you
doing.
looking forward to the football season?
I
Is that
am.
why you're just
It's time, Patti.
You're trending
it is
up.
time. Not only football season on the national level, but also here on Guam. We got the little guys are playing, Patti. It's
I
that
love that.
time. We
I
got
love
the little
that.
guys are coming out.
You know,
I'm
I tell
excited for
you,
that.
sports in this town,
It's real.
It runs pretty deep, right?
is.
Yesterday, having the conversation with Daryl Pareto.
Good
and
Lord.
yeah,
What was she like, 5'11", 5'12"?
Yeah,
Good God.
she was Faith Piper. Yeah, she was like
Gigantic.
5'10" or something like that, 5'9",
Enormous.
which sounds short compared to you're looking like you got to be over 6 feet. But the couple inches do make a difference. She's tall. They're both tall. Yeah.
They're both tall. And Polly Suba was the escort, and I'm like, yeah, we're not making the cut, Polly.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep a distance.
Tiptoe. You just got to tiptoe around these people.
Like, we're
There's
not
nothing
making
more
the cut.
emasculating than a taller 17-year-old, right?
That's exactly what it was. I was like, oh my God, I'm out of
Yeah,
my lane.
that was kind of the thing. But it was great to have them here. Oceania tournament coming up. It starts on Monday,
Huge.
9 o'clock. It's going to be broadcast. We'll figure out where that's going to happen.
Exciting.
So when the broadcast happens, you're going to be able to see Team Guam. The males are playing.
Yes, they are.
American Samoa on that day. Yeah, and then the females, their game doesn't actually start until 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock,
In the
okay.
morning. But you know, it's going to be one of those things where you want to fill the stadium. You want to get as many people down to the UOG field house because you want to make sure that you're screaming as loudly as you can for the Guam team, because that makes that, you know, when
Got
people
you.
are cheering you on, it might make you say stupid things.
Okay.
Just-
All right. Got
sorry,
you.
I brought
No,
it
no,
back
no,
up,
no,
and I
no.
didn't even need to.
Oh,
Didn't even need to.
I
But
got you.
that tournament's happening this weekend. I mean, on Monday. So if you can get down there, then make it happen. All right, 17 minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning, and it is the day before election.
Yes.
And the hype is there.
It is.
You know, they've got all the signs. They're all, they're all like gussied up. They've got waves happening. There's one happening this morning, I think, in Agate as we speak.
Okay.
And
Hey,
then
let's
later
go.
on this morning, there's another one happening. So maybe Upper Tumon or Harmon or something, and that there might be competing rallies because I think Josh and Tina and Therese and Sabina are on the same kind of corner.
Okay,
and they're all
got
doing
you.
their thing then.
Exciting.
Today. So this is the
Okay.
day. I don't know what the other camps are doing. If you're another camp, give me a call or text me or something and let me know where you guys are headed out, because it's the hype of that.
It's real.
When you get the commuters to honk their
So
horns.
this is it,
and-
playoff season. This is it. We're going to
This is the finals.
We're going in. Man.
Tomorrow's the finals.
This is it.
Well, actually, tomorrow's the semifinals. If you really want to look
Semifinals.
at it, because it's
Okay.
going to be like it's going to be an elimination.
The polls are going to be busy. Good morning, poll workers.
They're all getting the last minute instructions.
Yeah,
for
Miss
what's gonna
Maria
happen
Pangilinan
tomorrow.
said they were out till like 9, 10 o'clock closing down. So, you know, the election commission has been really busy. She's like 9, 10, 11 o'clock. I'm like, wow.
They thought they would get out early.
Yeah.
You know, I think they got to plan for every kind of scenario.
Okay.
Of a voter being disgruntled or machines not firing off and blah, 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 blah. What did she say was the time she thought the final results would pour in? Final, I think she said 1 a.m.
I think so. Yeah.
She was capturing 1 a.m.
gonna be
as
an
the time
all-nighter.
because they stop at 8, right?
Right.
And so at 8 o'clock they close up the precincts and they start putting all of the ballots in the buses. And then GPD escorts these buses over to the UOG field house. So they're under heavy guard that you can't, it's like G4S security. You got to make sure that nobody's going to try to hijack the bus.
I got you.
Where are you going?
Hey!
You hijack the bus. Where are you going? Where are you hiding to? Where are you trying to take the ballots? I don't understand. Anyway, but in the event
The
that something
aliens will come for us,
Oh,
Patty.
weren't they going to beam it up to the
Patty,
satellite and then come
the
back, change the
aliens.
votes, and then...
The aliens.
That was actually, I saw that
That is
interview. I saw it with my own eyeballs.
Good God.
That this MAGA woman said that Trump did not win. I mean, Trump won the 2020 election. And her whole thing was that they pushed up these from the ballot boxes,
Right.
beamed them to space where they were like manipulated and then sent back with Biden's name on it.
It's like, dude, what strain are you guys on? It's like, what you on that we don't have
I
out
don't
here? 'Cause y'all on the
understand how-
aliens.
I don't understand. But, you know, they believe anything that they're told, right? They're believing
can't with some
anything that they're
people.
told. But over here, you know, definitely all the stuff that's happening on Guam is just a culmination of all of the things that happened in the past year.
Right on.
However, folks were doing their thing over the past year, campaigning. We're seeing an immediate push at the moment right now, right? I'm listening to the past couple of days that it's a full court press with these.
Hey,
yeah.
okay.
It's a full court press for attention.
Okay.
And so we've heard a number of candidates who have now purchased ads. Before, the campaign of choice was social media,
All right.
letters to the editor. I think Dave Duenas ran his entire campaign with letters to the media. Which, you know what I mean?
Gotta love him, man.
He's got an audience.
He's busy on that keyboard,
He was
man.
busy.
He's busy on that keyboard.
And there's a couple of other ones that have also made the case, you know, on social media. That's where their platform is. And then I was talking to somebody the other day who was complaining about the whole debacle that was last week Sunday, and and the comments that were made by Mr. Meno, and she was trying to make a case about the whole MSN thing, because MSN was pushing this agenda very hard, and there were some members of the media who were just really driving home this whole point about the comments that had been made against the disabled, and especially special education. That was the wave that someone jumped on. I have a feeling it was Mike Nicholas, because that was the first I'd heard. He jumped on this wave. He put a hashtag on a slogan, and he carried it all the way until, I'm assuming, all the way until tomorrow. And along with that, riding on that same wave are a number of people who are in opposition to this Josh and Tina team. So they were riding this wave. So she was calling and she was trying to tell me, I want to write back, and I want to do this. I want to comment on his, supporters. And I'm like, for what though? For what? If you're gonna, the Josh and Tina supporters were called names by the Tony Atta supporters, and so you want to exchange the barbs? You want to go for the supporters? I mean, the supporters aren't running. The supporters are supporting. They apparently can say whatever they want, and their emotions run high. But that's not the campaign. The campaign isn't them. The campaign are the two people that are standing in front of that podium. That's where the message is lost. It feels to me that we're all barking up the wrong ugly tree, right? It's to try to get revenge or try to avenge somebody, or who can have the better clap back. And I think it just got mired in, now we've forgotten what the actual issue is. And the issue is not about the comments. It's not the issue. To me, it's not the issue. The comment was made. He apologized. For some people, they can't get over it. They're losing their minds that they can't get over it. You said it, damage done. You can't just rinse it away. All of the stuff, all of the things are you are not forgiven. Everything that says that you are not forgiven. And I think that is just, that part of it is blaming somebody who admittedly said something inappropriate, out of turn, and should not have come from him. But he did it, and he did it in front of a crowd of people, and thousands of people got to see and hear that happen. He had a very tearful apology when he called me on the radio the very next day, and to the point, Josh and Tina did put out they did put out a statement that night as well. Joe Meno put on a statement sometime I don't know what the time frame is, but people are saying, why didn't they go up and grab the microphone from the guy? And I didn't go there, but I am familiar with scenes where there's a hype guy on the stage, and the hype guy is out there to rally the crowd. That's exactly what he's doing. And you can talk to anybody who's been in an audience where you're biding the time until the main event happens. And the main event was when everybody got up on the stage to include the candidates, and maybe all from the Democratic Party were getting up there, senatorial candidates getting up there, and they were all going to rally against their guy. So for the most part, we're not really listening. Doesn't mean that he was right in saying it, as nobody heard it. But a lot of people didn't hear it. A lot of people weren't even aware that it happened until after the fact, where he was trying to pick up the pieces. So yeah, you have to live with the fact that you thought the guy, that you laughed. Okay, that's on you. But that is not what makes the campaign. And I think that what's more important is to find out what these candidates are actually doing for DISID. What are you actually doing for the livelihood of these persons with disabilities? Does this government actually do what it has to do for the marginalized amongst us? And that's the bigger question, and ask that question first. And so it rode this way. It had a hashtag. It just was an ugly sight, but it was also par for the course. Listen, we might remember the hashtag down the line, because that's what hashtags do. They ingrain things into your brain, and then you can't get it out of your brain. It just lives there rent-free forever. And so maybe this will be such a small incident in the scope of smear campaigns that have happened in Guam's history. Maybe this won't even make the cut, but for now it is. For now, it's in the zone, and it's low-hanging fruit, and everybody is riding this train or bus. But tomorrow is where it all comes to the reality of the situation. Depending on who you talk to, the voters are saying, I'm not voting, and they're pulling their vote, they're pulling their support. They're going to go for another guy, or they were never my guy. So I'm going to keep the course on the vote that I always intended to cast tomorrow, and that's great. That's great, as long as you vote. That's all. There's no one going to, aside from people who are in these campaigns. The barbs trading is boring, frankly. It's like, it's not creative. The clapback may get a laugh or two, but even that's not exhilarating, right? Exhilaration doesn't come from people fighting on social media. When you see those things and there's like, if somebody makes a comment. That's why I never comment on Facebook other than, oh my God, you're so pretty. I'm not doing any of the give them a reason to comment on something I say. I don't say anything controversial. Or at least I don't say anything controversial to people who are already controversial.
I'm not a clickbaiter either.
These people are pissed off at life, man. And there's like anybody who comes for them, they're coming like 3 times more, and you're like, whoa, wait a minute, where'd that come from? And then and then the names start calling. I gotta say, you can put up a good argument with me, and I will absolutely listen. I am great at hearing what your problem is and then assessing it and then responding. I think that's what normal conversation is supposed to be looking like. But once you start calling somebody names, you lost me. You're fighting like a 2-year-old now, because you got no other way to say something other, first of all, to scream at somebody, and second of all, to just call them names. I mean, that's your argument. It's like your mother wears combat boots. That's the best you got.
Hey, that's exactly how I felt about the whole beach blonde bad.
Yeah,
it just looks ugly.
It was funny. It was funny at the time because there were two women that were coming at each other for the way they looked.
Yeah,
which doesn't do anything for women really. With the argument is how you look, right?
I wasn't writing on that. Yeah, I had to get off of that. I was like,
yeah,
no, I'm good. Pass.
Maybe that's why Jasmine Crockett didn't win re-election. I mean, she moved from the House of Representatives into the Senate race, and she lost in the primary.
I was not a huge fan.
So she was So she she was theatrics, and she was I thought that she was a great actress in that way. When you're in Congress these days, you have to make a name for yourself, and you've got to stand up and make something happen. And she's a smart girl. I just didn't think that she needed to resort to that. But Marjorie Taylor Greene dwells in her own swamp, right? So for somebody as educated as Jasmine Crockett and the experience that she had in law, she came to the table already with credentials. She hasn't done anything, ridiculous in her life that has called a lot of attention in her personal life. Marjorie Taylor Greene has, she's just she was coming off as, a little bit trashy. And it was really hard to listen to her too. But when that whole thing came out, it was like women tearing down each other, not by fact, not by research, not by data, not by anything, not even a good argument. It was name calling. And then you're like, great. Now you just set us back.
Hey.
Marjorie Taylor Greene ended up resigning, and Jasmine Crockett didn't advance to the Senate. So, both of them are basically out of a job right now. I don't know if that's
it can backfire.
An indication, but
sometimes it'll backfire.
It does.
It
does.
Backfire on you.
And so that's why it's like, especially on social media, people are unbridled. And a lot of them are so unbridled, they don't even want to use their name because they know how unbridled they are.
Hey, that's like the conversation we were having last night, being that it is election time. We're trying to strategize on this. It was like, okay, so if you pick those 3 and we pick these 3, because we can't cross over.
Right,
you know what I mean? We're trying to strategize something here.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
You're
and we're like, don't backfire. Am I back? What?
Yeah.
Right, dude. It's real. It's real. It's like, oh my God, this might backfire.
Somebody told me that was the strategy that they were going to use.
Yeah.
That they were going to vote for the weakest link on the opposite party, so that weaker contender can go up against their strongest contender.
And see how that was going to
go. But that I have also seen that doesn't always work, especially if you've got a spoiler in the group who's going to split the vote. Then you've really
screwed it all.
Yeah,
the
then
way
you screwed it all up for
it
yourself. Now you voted and added on to the spoilers.
It did.
So
we ruined the whole election, guys.
You ruined the whole.
We ruined the whole
It's
election.
like Mickey Mouse, the write-in one.
Yeah, dude, it's like, oh my God.
Who knew? It's like there were 20,000 votes for Mickey Mouse. And he was a write-in, and now he's the governor, right?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, we're just going to choose wisely, guys. It is election
Are you
day
going to write in
tomorrow.
anybody?
Patty, I'm not even a voter.
Oh, that's
I'm talking
true, you're
about
not.
my friends.
You're a
that-
great strategist,
yeah,
though.
we
You're
try.
sitting at the
We
table.
try. Yeah,
you
you know
haven't.
what I mean?
Well, I'm sure that they're.
I try to get all the tea that I can.
Yeah,
get
yeah.
To kind of help them.
And I'm sure that they actually consult you. That's a very smart move.
I try to help
because
'em.
you're sitting in a producer's chair and you're hearing all of the conversation.
I hear it all.
You don't have, and you can
Hear
make
it
a
all.
decision without contributing to the
sure.
conversation. So you're basically listening to
Right.
both sides, right?
Yeah, because sometimes you'll see
I
something
would.
that was in
Yeah.
the publications that was not as accurate. I'm like, we cleared that on the show. You missed it.
Ask
We
Dice.
cleared that
If you
rumor on
want
the
any,
show.
if you want.
We cleared that rumor.
I'm going to change the show today because if you're still undecided, ask Dice because Dice has got winners and losers in her mind already. That's why they want her at the table.
Hey, we try. But again, we're going to work our way from the northern end of the island tomorrow. We're going to be going down south, so we're going to be.
I
hitting
would
all the
ride
coast
with you, but
tomorrow.
I'm.
It's going to be a good ride. It's going to be a good ride. So you're going to hear a lot of Casey and the Sunshine Band.
Oh,
some
you're
Chamorro
doing. You have the
music.
playlist.
I got the playlist, Patty. I got a good playlist. Got
Mm.
the Chamorro going, some Ben Lam Lam in there. I'm like, it's going to be a good vibe. It's going to be a good vibe tomorrow. So again, we are all really excited. So make sure that not only have you guys registered, just make sure that you guys show up. Right? I think it was Maria Pangilinan that said there was a large number of Manumku voters. I'm like, Biba Manumku.
Oh yeah, she said that.
They took the trophy.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? So far, I think that was for the early voters.
Early voters. They
voters.
had 5,100.
Look at that, Biba Manumku.
Which is the record so far is 5,200.
Was it 5,200?
Yeah. So,
Okay,
and I
okay.
asked her what's the demographic, and she said mostly senior citizens.
That's what she said.
It's
That
mostly
is what she
senior
told
citizens.
us. Let's get out there,
These guys,
What's up?
the thing about senior citizens, these things become part of their regular pattern of life,
Got
right?
you. Okay.
You know how
They're up.
senior citizens are.
They're with it.
They've got they're maybe retired.
Right.
They like things organized. They want to be able to do the same thing
For sure.
every day. There's
For
no,
sure.
no big. That's just the way that they live.
They are the nose.
And
they
then-
are the nose.
So
they know
if-
everything.
I would ask the senior citizens who've been
Right.
around for a long time because they've seen it all.
Who would know better than them? Who would know better than them, right?
See, don't
Who would
don't
know
underestimate the elderly,
Who
bro.
would know better than them?
They're-
Yes.
They know it all. They remember stuff you can't even you can't
sure.
dig up.
You can't. You can't.
They know emotions and who was who back in the day.
OG archives. They got the OG
There is no data
archives.
center for that. It's in their
You
brains,
can't.
man.
You cannot play, dude. You can't do it.
Absolutely.
I love it. I love it.
Well,
Okay.
I love it too. And
I love you too, Patty. Happy birthday! I know you're trying.
Oh.
I know you're really trying not to. You like.
See,
I know
I
she's
knew
about
this-
to be like, "Is it time for a
almost
break?" No,
didn't come to-
Patty. It's
I
your
almo-
birthday, Patty.
I almost tried. I almost
I
didn't
gotta
come to
speak
work
through
today
this.
because I was thinking that was going to be just like that. Well, now that
Happy
you've said that, I want to
birthday.
thank the team.
Okay, here
Glimpses
we
of
go.
Guam. This is such a
Show the
beautiful
flowers,
array.
Patty.
This is really gorgeous.
Isn't
Thank
that-
you so much for the team.
how
I came
beautiful
into
that
this
is.
beautiful, and then I got a lollipop, which is going to help with my blood sugar in a minute. Blood sugar in a minute. But I wanted to make sure that you guys this morning, because I really appreciate the people that I see every single day more than I do see some of my best friends and some of my family members definitely. But I arranged to have. Kings this morning. I called, my friend, the owner, called for me, and I put in an order for breakfast
Yay!
plates.
Yes,
so
we do.
thanks to our friends. Anyway, so if you're
Full
in the
throttle.
neighborhood-
They
yeah.
didn't miss. They did
didn't
not
miss.
miss at all.
Not at all, and it's right on point. And so they're going to dig into a little bit of this. We got a couple of things to do this morning. I'm not sure where we're going to go. I'm kind of leaving it up to you guys on what you are going to opine upon, beginning the day before the election. If whatever thoughts that you have, good or bad or ugly, I'm here for it. We are going to try to hook up with Simon Sanchez from the CCU. They had a meeting, and the announcement came from John Benavente that they're taking off their hats and putting it on their chest to say goodbye to Capris.
Okay.
And there's not a there is a dry eye in every house because Cabras was this behemoth fuel chugging power plant that has now being retired. And so that just upward and onward for the Guam Power Authority for power generation. We'll talk to Simon about that. And GWA is probably going to raise your rates because they're taking out a loan.
That was going to be my next comment because we have some messages coming in about Agana Heights being without water.
Oh, right now?
Yes.
Oh, dang.
Again, somehow they're raising water. They're like, hey,
I'm going to have to.
I don't have water in Agana Heights.
Oh, dang. Okay, let me. Do you know anybody in Agana Heights?
I don't know anybody. Oh, yeah, we know D. D,
are you up there?
We
Actually,
know
she's
D.
technically from Mong Mong.
Okay.
Her house is Mong.
So
Oh, my
what-
God, Richard Arroyo. Who
yeah,
am I
there
right
we
now?
go. Okay, yes.
Who, by the way?
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm just going to let you know that
Okay, go for
the families are starting to do it's a Josh. I think it was a Josh and Lou thing before, Lou and Josh thing.
A Lou and Josh thing.
Where
okay.
you take entire globs of families and then you put them on Facebook and or social media and you say this family is for this candidate.
Got you. Okay.
So
okay.
Richard did that and he used my name.
Oh. Okay.
To endorse.
Come on.
Hey, listen.
Come on.
I'm not flustered about it. And if they did that for any other candidate, I'm not flustered because we're like cockroaches of Royals. You know what I mean? We're all over the place, and we all have our different ideas about stuff. So just in case that anybody's thinking that I'm anywhere behind an endorsement of any candidate, just know we all speak for ourselves in the Arroyo family, and he may or may not be right. It's bottom of the hour. Let's go ahead and take a break here. We'll be right back.
When families feel safe, communities grow stronger. Senator Chris Duenas passed the Malig Act to put more officers on our streets and confront the meth crisis hurting too many of our people. He led efforts to expand affordable housing through the additional dwelling unit and advanced nitrate bills. And now he is authoring his second balanced budget that protect essential services while supporting private sector jobs. Steady leadership, real results. Re-elect Chris Duenas. He's focused, balanced, and ready.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
Top of day, everyone. Welcome back. Friday morning on the Wave 105 FM. It's time for your traffic report for you right now, which is all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive. All you got to do is give us a call, guys, 478-AUTO. Check out our inventory, which is on our website if you go to GuamAutospot.com. We got light traffic right now coming around the northern end, trying to get around that central part. It's going to be done with ease, friends. From our friends on the southern end, if you're trying to get toward the central part of the island, you have nothing to worry about. Traffic is beginning to pick up for our friends getting around PD this morning. But again, folks, it is really light along Route 1. It looks like Route 16 is quite clear right now. There's like no delays along Route 16, as well as Route 10, or getting around back road. That's going to be along Route 15. Mong Mong Totu Maiti is looking just as great, as well as our friends along Route 4. That's going to be stretching from Hagåtña, getting around Sinahaña, Ordot, and heading towards the southern end of the island. So again, folks, if there's anywhere on the streets of Guam that you need to be, now would probably be your best bet, as traffic is incredibly light right now. Let's just continue to keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. It is going to be a very busy weekend. Let's keep our eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving. Allow some braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you. And remember, everyone, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and car seats. We are moving forward with our friends at Guam Auto Spot right here on the Wave 105 FM.
When Guam is not heard in Washington, our families pay the price. We pay it in higher costs, in housing that feels out of reach, in food assistance put at risk, in our Manamco and neighbors with disabilities still waiting for benefits they've earned. Mary Camacho Torres is running to change that. She'll fight to lower costs, deliver fairness for our veterans and downwind communities, and make sure Guam finally has a voice that's heard. This election, vote Mary Camacho Torres for Congress, #1 on the ballot.
I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the Torres for Congress Committee.
What do world champion martial artist Brandon Vera and DJ Jackson have in common with jazz great Patrick Palomo? They all teach Mount Carmel Academy Charter School students. Mount Carmel is now a charter school serving the entire island of Guam, voted Guam's best school, and it's tuition free. We begin our 70th year of educating the complete child. Register today. Call 565-5128.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Our island is important to all of us, and you deserve leaders who will fight to improve it. I fought for Guam's future. Tax refunds are paid faster than ever. I fixed roads so your families can commute safely. We've seized more meth than the previous two administrations combined and helped more people recover from addictions. I built gyms and playgrounds in our villages so our children have a place to grow and thrive, and I have much more to do.
I focused on growing opportunities for us all. My laws built hundreds of affordable homes and granted millions to first-time homeowners. I've worked to bring new industries to Guam, creating jobs, evolving our island and workforce, and I'm not done yet.
We're ready to build Guam's future together, and we need your help.
On August 1st, please vote Tenorio
Munya Barnes, number 2 Democrat. Let's go Guam!
I'm Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer in the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans, 40 years and 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
A message from Joshua Jackson, actor and Fair Volunteer Ambassador.
Food allergy is a serious, life-threatening disease that impacts over 33 million Americans. When your immune system sees certain food proteins as a threat, every bite matters. But here's the good news. There have been advancements in the treatment of food allergies, and with one voice, we can create better awareness. Because in the FAIR community, the disease doesn't own us. We own our journey. Talk to an allergist to understand your options. Visit foodallergy.org/empower to learn more.
Buenas. Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett. Please keep me in the people's house, and I'll keep fighting for our families. I'll keep fighting for accountability and transparency from a government that wants to keep you in the dark. I'll keep fighting the special interests and corruption that paralyze progress. I'm ready to continue what we've started together, doing good for Guam. Put Fabota. Vote number 11, Democrat, and bring in Barnett again. Viva! Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett, Zahua Preve, Estina.
Hungry and need gas? Mobile's got you covered. Now through July 31st, Mobile Smiles app members can enjoy a free 6-inch Subway sandwich with every minimum fill-up of $30 gas at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy summer win. Fuel up, open the app, and enjoy the rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a Mobile Smiles card at any mobile location and register today. Mobile and Subway, a great deal for the summer. See store for details.
The road to Adelup is off and running. This time, we sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Blass and Dr. Mary Okada. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 7th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
We're heading into the historic California orchards today to uncover the stubborn, accidental origin of a global breakfast phenomenon. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for July 31st.
The massive global popularity celebrated on National Avocado Day only exists today because an amateur grower was talked out of destroying his own crop. In 1926, a postman named Rudolf Haas planted a few random seeds, fully intending to graft them into the smooth green Fuerte avocados that completely dominated the commercial industry. However, one stubborn seedling repeatedly rejected the grafts for 2 straight years. In pure frustration, Haas was ready to chop the tree down completely as a total failure, but a professional grafter convinced him to just let it grow. That single rejected tree went on to produce a dark, bumpy, incredibly rich fruit, completely outperforming the rest of the grove and giving birth to the iconic Haas variety.
It's kind of a cool story, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, but his kids tried that bumpy black fruit and loved it.
Was it just fun because it was nice and bumpy and whatever?
That could be why they went after it.
Interesting.
The flavor's fabulous. Today it makes up like 80% of the global market.
Wow.
We're also celebrating National Mutt Day and National Get Gnarly Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Arlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Stay informed, stay connected. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Soul. There's only one sure way to get me to go. Stop playing old time.
6:49 in the morning. Welcome back to the program. I want to say hi to my buddy, old pal, and I mean old. We were just talking.
Wow.
Sorry, he just turned 55, so he's enjoying all of the senior citizens discounts.
Nowhere near.
That he's
Nowhere
getting.
near.
And I just asked him, "Do you get asked?"
Yes, I did.
He still gets carded.
So last month,
He still gets carded.
Do you get carded?
So last month when I went to the movies with my daughters, shout out to my daughters, I asked the attendant, I said, hey, do you guys offer senior citizen discounts? And he looks at me and he says, you're too young to be a senior citizen. So
They're supposed to say that.
So I pulled out my ID and he goes, oh, you are. And I said, yes, I am.
You know, the new
I was so
one,
happy.
I used to get carded, and it was almost. Most people would go, I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yet they wonder if you're over 21, right?
Mhm.
And so, and I was always gracious. I mean, it's their job; they have to do this. I don't
Yes.
mind. And in fact, in some of the terminals, you can't actually. The sale will not go through.
Really?
And because you have to ask them for their ID, you have to go through the exercise of asking for the ID or even scanning it in some places,
Okay.
and then they will allow the purchase.
Okay.
But the new thing is that if you don't look over 40, I think it was the cutoff age, then they're going to ask you.
Well, see, we have that problem, you and I.
Well, I mean, 20 is the new 40.
Yes, we
Or
both look 20.
40
Yes,
is
you
the new
do.
20. Yeah.
Yes,
And I just want to say happy birthday to you, Miss
Why,
Patti.
thank you.
Happy
6767.
birthday.
6767. I'm not quite sure if I'm old yet. I don't know. But the election is tomorrow.
Yes.
Dice and I were just sort of, we put our brilliant minds together
Yes,
to
I
try
was-
to deconstruct what happened this past year. In
I
the
was
election.
listening on the way into work this morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what it kind of, I said, do you know in the past year, was there enough from all of these teams and candidates that would help you make a decisive, choice tomorrow, or are you going to wing it?
No, I early voted.
Okay, so you've already done your due diligence.
Yes, I early
Do you
voted.
You're
regret
such a
early
loser.
voting?
You're not going to do like that
Well-
5 hour to go and vote.
No, Dice.
Wow.
Because he fits into the demographic.
Yes, I did.
Oh,
Remember,
okay. We
remember Maria Pangilinan says the majority of voters in early voting sessions are senior citizens.
She did say that. She did.
So you fit right into the demographic.
I was proactive a couple of weeks ago.
Good
We,
job.
one of our advertising partners, we were at their hotel, and that's where the early voting was taking place. And so I got there a little bit early, and I did my early vote.
Okay.
And I said, okay,
All right.
done.
All right.
Get it over with.
Yeah. Well, and do you regret the vote now?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not at all.
You know, some people. That's why I don't do the early voting. And somebody asked me, "What was it?" Most times because I want to see who's going to flub the day before the election.
Oh, no.
I'm just waiting for a shoe or a skeleton to
always
come
do my
running
due
out of the
diligence,
closet.
with my own personal research because there's so much information out there. I don't want it to get clouded on the day of or the day before because all the messaging changes rapidly. So I did my due diligence 90 days ago, and
And you feel like you made the right choices.
Yeah,
still,
absolutely.
you're not questioning whether or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, when you early vote, you already know you're getting ahead of the. I don't know if it's you get ahead of it because you want to miss the crowds, or you get ahead of it because you just want to do your, like you said, due diligence and exercise your right and get her done.
Yeah.
I personally like the day of.
You do?
I like the hype. I
The
like
energy, yes.
You know, it just makes you when you come through the gates, it means something to vote, right? As a voter of American politics,
Okay.
I have lost the privilege to vote by moving to Guam.
Okay.
And so it's important to me to continue to exercise the vote because it means something. If it doesn't mean anything like my gods who didn't win, then I still voiced it. I still said something. I still chose somebody, right? And so I think that when you've been voting for 18, I mean, since I was 18 years old, my very first vote was actually cast in Hawaii.
Oh.
And I was young, going to college, and I was really trying to understand who was voting because I hadn't been exposed except for the family votes that were taking place.
Yes.
And we all know what that looked like back in the 70s, right? I
Yeah.
mean, my mother's a Camacho, my father's an Arroyo. They are complete polar opposites on politics and who they stand for. So that's the way we voted. She
Yeah.
voted for all the Camachos and Republicans, and he voted for all the Democrats.
I'm glad you bring that up because I had a conversation with my my eldest daughter, and she's of age to vote now. She's been of age to vote. She's now 21. And I did ask her, I said, are you going to continue to vote? And she said, yes, good for her. And I just said, okay, when you go in there, you vote with your own research. I'm not telling you who to vote and how to vote. Because she's, during political season, since the age of 15, she was always monitoring. Okay, why is this person like this?
Isn't that interesting?
It's
That's
very
so cool because you
interesting.
took her to the polls?
No, because in our household, we always want to make sure that there's open conversation with whatever we do, right? And I always told her, I said, you voting now will affect you later in life. Because again, if you're voting for gubernatorial and they do get reelected, that's 8 years of your life that affects you somehow, some way. And if they don't get reelected, well, bare minimum, it's 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, go in there, do your own personal research, Georgia, and and vote the way you.
I'm a little bit different
Okay.
to my kids because they do ask me not who to vote for because they used to like, hey, who you voting for? I'm like, well, that's first of all none of your business, and no, it isn't anybody's business.
That's very correct.
And so I don't want to sway them either. I want them to figure it out. So they would say, what do you think of this person? And I would tell them, I would say, fact. I interviewed them. Fact. I saw what they did here. Fact. This is the kind of measures that they put out. This is their win-loss. Right. I mean, I'm giving you facts. You decide. So I won't tell them how to vote, but I will answer their questions about.
Yeah.
And there was one time I was like, oh, don't do it.
Yeah.
But it was after the fact. I'm like, oh, you didn't do it.
Growing up, right? Growing up in Southern California, I would go with my mom to the voting booth, but not go in. And I never understood politics back then.
Yeah.
Only when I got to Guam when I was 18 back in 1989, because Guam is so small. The campaigns, they're literally right in your face, right? Just this morning, one of the gubernatorial camps was waving in front of San Jose Mart, and then also at the intersection. And then I was like, wow. In the States, I never saw that.
Oh, yeah.
Never saw that.
Oh, okay.
Here, you see it. Here, you see the candidates running. You could be in Tumon, jogging, walking, whatever it is, and there's a candidate. So it's directly in your face.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah.
And again, that has a big impact, when you get to those polls. Over the years, I said, okay, wow, that person is very personable. Well, that person is very standoffish. But again, educated voting is always important.
Do you vote based on treatment by supporters or things that supporters say? In this one case with Josh and Tina, they had that horrible comment that was made during a rally, and everybody reacted. And then from all the other sides, I mean, supporters will go and try to stump for their guy. And sometimes in the pursuit of that, the passion and all of that gets in the way of emotion, and gets in the way of critical thinking. And they might say something that they think represents the way that their candidate is characterized, and which is completely off base.
I think if you're looking at the gubernatorial camps, I think they all did a fantastic job of promoting themselves. 100%, whether it's on social media, the digital signage, and also radio.
Yeah.
And of course, everyone's messaging is different. They did a fantastic job of that. I always stay neutral because of personal reasons, but also because of the position I'm in.
Yeah.
And I just wish everybody good luck. Good luck tomorrow. You got a last minute push, and thank you to all the candidates
who are on the radio right now. This was a last minute push.
It was a huge last minute push.
Another point before we go, Rick is an advertising executive, and so when you are seeing how elections go, before in this business we used to say, sure thing, you're going to beat your budget, sure thing.
Yes, absolutely.
With the now this advent of this technology where you don't have to spend a whole lot of advertising dollars, or at least it's cheaper to go onto social media.
Yeah.
Clearly, there's still some value in it, because we've got a late night push for some candidates who said, let me get in while people are thinking about the election tomorrow.
Correct.
What was the logic behind them coming in late?
Okay,
Did they say?
The window opened up 90 days ago, right, for political advertising via radio, and we sent everything out. And of course, you saw a lot of digital and social media advertising, which was expected. And with the digital signage out there, we saw that early. This year was a little different in comparisons to 4 years ago. But I also like to remind all the candidates coming up, the ones that get through for the general election, radio is very strong because it is your last medium right before you get to the polls. As you're driving, you literally can turn on your radio and your message could be heard right when you're parking. So it's very important to continue to push yourself and push your message through a platform that I believe still reaches over 85% of listeners on Guam.
Yeah.
The data still shows. And
I differ. I'm going to go with 95%. I'm sorry. You got to get.
95%?
I'm sorry. Got to get the numbers right. Got to get
the national average, according to certain surveys,
95, Rick. Let's stick to 95.
95, Rick. She's lying herself into a sale.
Well, according to the national average, right, radio still reaches 83% of people.
That's right.
On the
road.
road.
That is right. Yeah. That's
because you're in your cars, you're driving. You're dropping your kids off, you're going to work, right? And then, of course, with technology, you can still listen to us streaming live on wave105.com, and through our Glimpses radio app. We can literally reach anyone, anywhere.
Yeah, as long as you've got power.
Yes.
then yes. That's the thing. Well, I appreciate your insight, sir.
You.
Thank you. I'm going to the polls. She's going to the polls, but she's going to all of them.
All of them. Oh, so you're doing the island tour?
She's doing the
bro,
tour.
you want to go with me? You can ride shotgun.
If you want to go.
Yeah, no, it'll be the two of us.
Well, I do have
It'll
to
be
be
kind
here
of
tomorrow morning.
Okay.
At 8 o'clock in the morning.
8 in the morning.
Yeah, because we have,
right.
what's
Yeah,
happening next door.
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this is
just message me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And again, happy birthday to Miss Patti.
Thank you so
Arroyo.
much. It is my absolute pleasure to be alive right now.
Thank you for this awesome gift of food.
Well, I am that way. My whole thing is giving back, and when you are as grateful as I am to be alive, especially after things that happened to me 3 years ago, you just want to make sure that everybody's feeling the love. You know,
you are a true blessing.
You are a true. Now, are we done with all of the love?
No, because those flowers are absolutely. Did you put it on? Did you show the flowers?
Isn't that beautiful?
They
Yes,
are.
everyone saw that. Look at that.
Gorgeous.
They are.
Look at that. I can't even arrange
That's
flowers as beautiful
who
as
did
that.
that?
I know, right?
don't
Look
know.
at that. Look
That's
at
gorgeous.
that. I can't
Patty,
even
have
do
a great
that.
show. Dice, thank you for all you do behind the glass.
Love you, Rick.
You love you guys too.
All right, we love you very much. I appreciate that. So, Dice, I think that's what we're going to do. If you're
Yes,
going to
ma'am.
go and hang out with Dice, you better hang out with her because, man,
that's what we're doing.
This is what you're doing. Add to the playlist, all right?
Where you at? Where you at?
7 o'clock, KGUM, FM in Jettido.
I'm Marcela Sanchez. Graham returned home to South Carolina for the last time today as family members and politicians gathered for his funeral and burial. Graham's body was first brought to the South Carolina State House, where he started his political career in 1993. His funeral was held at First Baptist Church in Columbia, the state's capital, and his burial near his home in Pickens County was planned as a private ceremony.
Do you still refuse to answer the questions?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Dr. Anthony Fauci repeatedly invoked the Fifth Amendment and declined to answer dozens of questions from senators in a Republican-led committee hearing about his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Fauci was subpoenaed by Senator Rand Paul, who's had a tense relationship with the now retired infectious disease expert. The hearing is also part of a campaign for Fauci's arrest, spearheaded by some congressional Republicans. Fauci said Paul has an, quote, obvious obsession with calling for his prosecution. President Trump and the Justice Department are asking the Supreme Court to toss an $83 million defamation verdict won by writer E. Jean Carroll. They argue the president can't be sued for comments he made while serving as president after Carroll accused him of sexual assault. More than 3 years after a Massachusetts mother strangled her 3 young children, her former husband, Patrick Clancy, described returning home to the aftermath. A jury today listened to his frantic 9/11 call as her lawyers seek to prove she was in the grip of post-pregnancy psychosis. Oil prices are back to jumping while sinking. Technology stocks are dragging Wall Street lower. More stories at apnews.com. This is AP News. AP correspondent Lizzie Knight reports on the death of a well-known electropop composer.
French electropop composer Kavinsky has died at 50. Culture Minister Catherine Pagard described him as one of France's most singular voices. She said his music, both danceable and nostalgic, will continue to resonate across generations. French President Emmanuel Macron called him a source of French pride. Kavinsky, whose real name was Vincent Balorgi, is known for the track Night Call from the movie Drive. He was found dead at his home on Tuesday evening. The Paris prosecutor's office said an investigation has been opened into the cause of death, but it's not considered suspicious.
Irish singer-songwriter Glenn Hansard died in a motorcycle crash today on the outskirts of Dublin. He was 56. I'm Marcela Sanchez, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Half a day, Guam. This is Paul Stanko from your National Weather Service.
Isolated showers will become scattered this afternoon and remain so through at least the middle of next week. Southwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour will ramp up to breezy for the weekend and windy for next week. The risk of rip currents and the fire danger are both moderate. A gale watch has been issued due to the potential for gale force gusts next week. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Day, I'm Therese Terlahi.
And I'm Sabina Perez.
We believe that Guam should be a safe, flourishing island with a government that lowers the cost for everyday people, replaces corruption with fair economic opportunity, fights to stop meth, and shelters unhoused children.
Protects our water and investigates the source of contaminants. Our records show our integrity, honesty, and ability to listen and follow through.
Vote Terlahi Perez.
A vote for us is a vote for Guam.
I'm Therese Terlahi.
And I'm Sabina Perez, and we approve this message.
P.O. Box 864, Hagatnya, Guam 96932.
Sazuz Masi, Maraming Salamat po, and thank you.
Buenas. Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett. Please keep me in the people's house, and I'll keep fighting for our families. I'll keep fighting for accountability and transparency from a government that wants to keep you in the dark. I'll keep fighting the special interests and corruption that paralyze progress. I'm ready to continue what we've started together, doing good for Guam. Put Fabota. Vote number 11, Democrat, and bring in Barnett again. Viva! Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett, Dahua Preve, Estina Mensah.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer in the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans, 40 years and 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Indeed, Guam. Rock the vote 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. It's a Friday, July 31st. Streaming online at thewave105.com. Welcome, everyone. This is Mornings with Patti. Being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It is powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations, turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Celebrate liberation with the Triple J Ford Liberation Celebration. Prices below dealer cost, thousands off retail, and F-150s starting as low as $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch, tinting, and detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear. Serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. The Wave studio lines are at 671-922-1051 or 1052.
Our island is important to all of us, and you deserve leaders who will fight to improve it. I fought for Guam's future. Tax refunds are paid faster than ever. I fixed roads so your families can commute safely. We've seized more meth than the previous 2 administrations combined and helped more people recover from addictions. I built gyms and playgrounds in our villages so our children have a place to grow and thrive, and I have much more to do.
I focused on growing opportunities for us all. My laws built hundreds of affordable homes and granted millions to first-time homeowners. I've worked to bring new industries to Guam, creating jobs, evolving our island and workforce, and I'm not done yet.
We're ready to build Guam's future together, and we need your help.
On August 1st, please vote Tenorio
Munya Barnes, number 2 Democrat. Let's go Guam!
I'm Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Off at 8 Guam. Good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and hit the streets right now. This will be your second look at your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM. It's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, and you could schedule a test drive if you give us a call at 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, you may also visit our website. That's GuamAutospot.com. We're looking around the southern end of the island, looking at Route 4 this morning, coming around Humatek, Malesu, and Alahan, Malolo, Talafofu, as well as Windward Hills, up and around Jotnya, Chalambago. It's going to be smooth sailing, guys, as well for our friends in Mangilao. That's going to be along Route 10. We have no delays there, flowing all the way through and into Barrigada. It is going to switch up, guys, coming around that Crown Bakery 76 Circle K intersection there, as well as Happy Mart in Barrigada. It looks like traffic is beginning to develop over on that side, and that's going to be along Route 16. After that, Guam, it's going to be smooth sailing for our friends that are along Route 1. That's going to be an upper as well as lower Tumon. It looks like traffic is light. It's looking really good right now. Kmart intersection, you're going to have a nice drive through there. Poly San Vitores Road, that's going to be along Route 14 this morning. We have no delays over on that end. It is building up at the ITC intersection, so just keep an eye on that area. Watch your speed limit this morning. Keep your eyes on the roads, not on the phones. There's no texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Ensure that your seatbelts are fastened, everyone. Seatbelts are sexy. We are moving forward with our friends at Guam Auto Spot right here on the Wave 105 FM. This is Mornings with Patti.
I think trust is a big issue in this coming election because people do not trust their government, but they want to trust the government. And I feel like they will trust when it's open, when things are not hidden, when they can have hearings, when they can open it up for, participation by the people. That to me, we get better that way.
I just think we're tired. We're tired of seeing the same thing happen over and over again, where a party gets the spoils of the war, right? The spoils of election. We're not about that. We want to see long-term, sustainable, positive, progressive growth. And the only way to do that is, being true to our people and listening and doing what's right.
What makes us different is that you have seen us in our work, you have seen them in their work, and you can see that we are going to fight for the people of Guam across the board, not any special interests. That we don't have that kind of agenda. There's no one we have to take care of in our pay them back in our campaign. We are beholden to no one. Vote Terlahi Perez.
A vote for us is a vote for Guam.
I'm Therese Terlahi.
And I'm Sabina Perez, and we approve this message.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer in the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans, 40 years and 4 oaths. dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for
Guahusi
Congress.
Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett. Please keep me in the people's house, and I'll keep fighting for our families. I'll keep fighting for accountability and transparency from a government that wants to keep you in the dark. I'll keep fighting the special interests and corruption that paralyze progress. I'm ready to continue what we've started together, doing good for Guam. Put Fabota, vote number 11, Democrat, and bring in Barnett again. Be back! Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett, Zahua Prebe, Este na mensahe.
Tori tempo gagi hami isla tanota. Nangatsung hiti tempo ipesino itingo. West Attic hana banko sa Bank Exhibition. Bank Pacific, the Ocean Bank Promise, Happy Holly.
Viva Bank Pacific!
Viva!
Member FDIC.
Hafaday, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Taurus, Treasurer.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Start your morning with confidence right here on Mornings with Patti.
Who's that? Oh, wait, that's me.
Oh, wait, that's me. Hey, 7:18 in the morning. Welcome back to the program. I was talking about the retirement of Cabras Unit. The Cabras unit that for over 50 years was the backbone of Guam's electric grid. Love it or hate it, that ancient machine has now had to shut down, and we're looking forward to what's next for the next 50 years in power generation. CCU, I was going to say chair, but he is a member of the Consolidated Commission on Utilities and kind of our go-to guy on things like this. Simon Sanchez on the line. Hey, Si, good morning.
Good morning and happy birthday, Miss
Oh,
Patti.
thank you very much indeed. I made it to 67, which is always a, you know as well as I. Every year you get to it, you're just like drop to your knees and you're grateful. But
I tease everybody that gets a birthday. Go, you survived yourself!
Yeah.
Yay, congratulations!
I had many reasons not to survive myself, and so here we are.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, you're a wonderful friend ever since, and you were a junior in high school, I believe, heading into senior when Cabras was first opened in 1975, and you're right. It has been the big linebacker of power for 5 decades, but finally had to be retired. It wasn't as fuel efficient. It wasn't meeting the Clean Air Act requirements, and that's what led to this whole plan to replace it with Ukadu and renewables and having for both more reliable power and lower power costs, as long as the dang price of oil behaves, which it hasn't been, unfortunately, recently because of our dear friend in the White House, right? So that's a different topic. But and a salute to all the employees, and especially the men and women that worked at Cabras all these years with boiler tube leaks and load shedding, and yet getting it back up as fast as they can because it was the workhorse. But now it needs to be retired. I have to check the price. I don't know if it's $7 million or $17 million. We're getting some. We got an offer for the salvage cost of the equipment and the metals, and so we'll get some money from that, and that's good. We'll probably use that to help offset the oil. Or at least that's going to be my recommendation.
How much are you in the hole for oil?
How
much? How much are you in the hole for oil? How many millions are we in the hole?
Well, remember we held the LEAC until June, right? And even though gas prices were climbing all through the first half of the year, but then we had to raise it. But remember, Ukadu burns 1/3 less fuel, so it would have been even higher if we still had Cabras, right? So we're inching in the right direction. But oil is oil, as we all know.
Yeah.
And so. I think, so the LEAC went up, I think, 5 cents for a kilowatt hour, about $50 a month for the average citizen, $75 if you use 1,500, maybe for you, maybe $100 a month more.
Yeah.
Is my guess. Yeah, I'm pretty good at the math.
Ouch, thanks.
But well, you're using it, so we're giving it. But
this is
it's
true.
like when you drive to the gas station, you got those two choices, leave the line or fill her up.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not even a negotiable commodity.
Exactly.
But we're currently in the 6-month zone for the LEAC, and you have how much more to recover? Are we talking like somewhere around 200 million? Was that the number?
No. It's like 20 million.
20 million?
And the current LEAC, unless oil gets stupid again, is going to hold till February, right? So usually it's August to February. All these years you and I have been talking about it. It's usually August to February, February to August. But they did it earlier. We did it earlier in June because we lowered the prices earlier in January, right? So it kind of shifted a little bit. But this price that we've set, this 19 cents a kilowatt hour for the LEAC, will hold until February unless oil gets dumb. And then we'll have a little money under recovered, but we have a line of credit, we have reserves, and that's what we use. We're going to get this money from the selling the equipment of Cabras, and so we'll use all of that. And my belief and my recommendation is we'll use that all to offset LEAC because it's sort of extra. It's free money. We're selling old equipment for
I think it comes
million.
out. That's the residual oil was like 17.2, right? And you paid how much per barrel as how much you're going to actually have to sell it per barrel. You're going you suffer another loss.
Well, the big way to think about it, because you're going in the right direction. I mean, we were paying 30 million gallons for a tanker. Now we're paying $30 million. Now we're paying $50 million, right? Yeah. It's just like the gas prices. I mean, that's just when you see the gas prices go up, everybody goes, oh no. The LEAC's going to go up. At least Ukadu makes it not go up as much. The solar farms makes it not go up as much because we're burning so much less oil from 3 million barrels a year to 2 million barrels a year. So imagine cutting your gas consumption in your car by 1/3. You're some of that gets to stay in your pocket. But when oil goes up, then some less of it stays in your pocket. But that's not anybody's fault, right? We can't control the price of oil. We can only work to try to use it. The best hedge against oil is not to use it. And solar farms are at 18 cents versus 19 cents. And if LEAC goes up higher because of oil, solar prices still stay at 18 cents. And now they're coming with batteries, right? And Ukadu burns 1/3 less oil. So we've done everything we can to reduce our reliance on oil, use different technologies to reduce that reliance and yet maintain reliability. And we're retiring the Cabras units after 50 years.
And that still
and
is
replacing it with a modern unit.
Okay, and that's the unfinished part of the story because the EPA's consent decree is not finished. So you still have to generate, how many 100 megawatts of solar energy as part of the consent decree?
No, the consent decree is not related to the government of Guam. The legislature, like many states, they've passed a law to get to 100% by 2045. That's why we do solar. The burning of the cleanest fuel, which has been required by the consent decree in U.S. EPA, also required us to retire Cabras and build a new, more fuel efficient. Well, build a new generator, which we did, and we made sure it was more fuel efficient. So we're burning the cleanest fuel, but we're burning 1/3 less of it because of Ukadu being more efficient and the solar farms not using oil, right? And that's the hedge against oil. Don't use it or use a lot less of it, right? And sort of like turning your thermostat up to 78 instead of 74, right? Use less energy to try to give you some money back into your wallet. But that's been the whole process. We had to retire Cabras. We wanted to retire Cabras because we knew it was older technology and it was using way much more fuel than the newer technology. And that's what Ukadu is. And that's a public-private partnership. We work with a private partner. They front the money. They build the generator. We pay them back over 25 years. And then we own that generator, right? Cabras 8 and 9, or it used to be P 8 and 9. Those are run by our private partner that built it for us. We now own it, but they're still running it, right? So, and that's good because the same people that built it can't say, I don't know how to fix this machine when they were the ones that built it and have been running it for 25 years. So that kind of PPP has worked well, I believe, and for the ratepayers because we have capable people that know how to run the power plants that they have built on our behalf that we now own.
Francis Sanchez was talking about the valuable, this is waterfront land over in PD. And John Benevente answered that while GPA owns it, was there ever an agreement that as long as it's used for power generation, that they can continue to own it or run it without having to reclaim it or the Navy reclaiming it because it's not used for the purpose to which it was given?
No, I'm not aware of that clause. The Navy, it's been a long process. It's still not completed for the Navy to fully transfer the assets over. But there's no discussion with the Navy that, hey, we're going to pull Cabras back if you don't. They're not mad that we've removed Cabras. Now we control that property, and we're going to think of what else to do there. We thought of maybe parking the LNG, because Ukadu can burn LNG. We thought of parking the LNG tanker or the floating, it's called an SFRU, and F is for floating, right? And you create the liquid natural gas that then goes to Ukadu, right? And we thought of putting it there. We're thinking maybe we'll put it by Tangeesan because that's closer to Ukadu. So we have lots of options, right? And maybe it might go in a totally different direction. And that's a good question. I think the goal was first get Ukadu built, now shut down Cabras, get it out of there, and then we can really have some real intelligent conversations, hopefully intelligent, about what to do with the property because it's valuable, right? And we can use it for our community, and maybe not even for power, right? Maybe we lease it or enter into joint ventures with private partners or the Port of Guam to think about, what else what's the best use of that property? Right? So I think that's kind of the next goal. What's the best use of that property? And it may or may not have to be directly tied to generating energy. Right? So we'll see.
Yeah. And so I guess the bigger question is whether, and I think a lot of people were commenting on whether Guam is actually fully prepared for what has to come next. Now, Ukadu is assumed to be now the backbone of for reliable baseload. And so GPA still needs to expand, obviously. What can the ratepayers, what can the customers, and what can Guam expect with this new era and for GPA?
Well, like you said, Ukadu is going to be the backbone. Then we're going to add some more solar. Those bids are out. The controversy over the golf course, that's being added. We're adding like 300 megs of solar. That's like a 75 megawatt generator when you do the math, right? Because it only works during the day, right? But with batteries, you can use the energy during the day and use it at night. So we're adding capacity mostly through solar with Ukadu. We still have the smaller 25 meg generators. We still have those. Those are all part of the mix, right? Big generators, smaller generators, solar farms with batteries. So all of that mix of technologies is designed to use less fuel and yet provide more reliable power. The biggest challenge, as you know, is the distribution system, because when typhoons or storms come by, they knock the wires off the poles. The poles stand up now, not like when we were going to high school, right? When wooden poles would fall down. We've solved the pole problem, but Mother Nature's in charge, and she knocks the wires off, and you got to put them back up. And yes, we're still trying to pursue federal funding to put the system underground. $1.5 billion would go a long way towards improving reliability. But the people of Guam, they don't have $1.5 billion. And so that's why we're talking to the national government, particularly the Department of Defense, Department of War, because their interest relies on reliable power. They've got out of the power business. They're buying it from us. But all their employees, live in a place where the grid has concrete poles, but wires on poles that fall off during a storm. That would be better off if we could underground. And so that's that's the next horizon for us, is to continue to pursue funding to continue to underground the system. We've got a lot of the system, not a lot. We've got some of the system underground, like the GMH, right, on San Torres Road. But we want to continue to harden, and it's like a $7 billion guesstimate today. Back in the 90s, it was a big number too. That's why we went to concrete poles for like 1/10 of the price than trying to underground even in the 90s. It was just way too expensive. I calculated it would have been like another $100 a month or something like that on top of everybody's power bill for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Just just to do it, and that's a tough nut for anybody to crack. Right, so.
I'm reading an article that came out of Joe Titano, where he talks about an estimated $10 million was the impact from the storm so far from 2026. While the Guam Waterworks Authority had close to a third of its water wells go offline a day after Bobby's arrival on Guam. These are, this is a loss of funding. I mean, a loss of money that we have to recoup.
Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, it's not like we're going to say, okay, we have money to do repairs, and we're going to apply for FEMA reimbursement, but we're just getting MARWAR reimbursement, right?
Yeah.
So it takes even when you get the money, but GPA and GWA, they know the FEMA process very well. We've gotten FEMA money because we've had so many storms. So you just have to be patient for it. So we'll apply for that to FEMA and get that reimbursed. It'll take a while. But at this point, we can, and there's some revenue loss. We can handle it, right? We have reserves. I mean, that's the key. But now we use those reserves to our benefit. So, so that's the game plan for now, Patty. And so that's the most I can share with you.
Your insurance doesn't cover this typhoon damage. That the only way to recover is to go through FEMA or federal help.
Yeah, they don't cover distribution losses, just generation.
Okay.
So,
and
all right, Miss Patty, my boss is calling me.
Oh, is it time for? Is it already gone? God, I had a really hard question for you.
Okay, quick.
I'm just joking. Okay, I'll talk to you later.
Happy birthday, Patty.
Thanks a lot,
Have a wonderful
Simon.
birthday weekend. God bless you.
Bottom of the hour. Hi, Patty. I wanted to see whether or not he was going to stay on the phone with me, and he did. So, hey, kudos to you for sticking around for that part of it. But he did say he had only had until 7:30, and so we gotta let that happen. And I think his boss is actually his wife.
Wow. So we're closing. We're closing one power plant, and we are going to open another.
Well, we already have Ukudu, so Ukudu assumes what Cabras had. So yeah, we're not.
Okay.
Everything is renewable energy from here. That was the retirement of that steam technology, right? That was really expensive. So,
we got a warm one.
Other solar farms, huh?
Okay, we got a warm one.
Yeah, let's go. Good morning. This is Patty. Who's this? Hi there. Hi.
Good morning. My name is Ben.
Hey, Ben. How you doing, sir? How's your power how's your power out there in the south?
So far, since I've been going for almost a month on trips between the Philippines and Oklahoma City. But since I've been back, it's been steady.
Oh, good. All right. Well, hey, did you miss Bobby?
Yeah, I was off island.
Yeah, you were off island. That period of time. Yeah, it's a good thing that you came back when the power came back on, right? Yeah. But you remember we knew too much about Cabras back in the 90s, didn't we? we knew too much about boiler tubes and the source of distribution of these boiler tubes, and they were taking them down because they were overheating and cracking, and then they had to be replaced, and then they figured out, why don't we just keep an inventory of the boiler tubes? It was a thing. We knew too much about power generation on Guam, so 50 years of that, I'm pretty sure everybody was like, good riddance, Cabras. Yeah. But anyway, what's on your mind, sir?
Happy birthday to you.
Oh, there it is. My first one. No, continue. No one sings happy birthday anymore. I think it's too long.
Actually,
did they do that?
4 videos on WhatsApp of fans singing happy birthday.
The whole song? Okay,
yes,
I'll go back and listen. I haven't had a happy birthday sung to me since I was 4. And then that one time, they were giving me free tequila, and I didn't even remember the song happened. So.
That was a good one.
Yeah,
I love that.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate your sentiments. Are you going to vote tomorrow, or did you say you were early voter, absentee, or anything like that? I forgot.
Early voter. I did it before I went to Oklahoma City.
Right. Do you regret it?
No.
Okay, good. That's what we don't want.
Regret. That's what I was just telling my granddaughter this morning, that I already voted, And if I change my mind, it's already too late. So
yeah, so you got to make sure.
So be it.
Tomorrow will be too late when you go to the polls because there's no taking back. Can't go back. You can't go and pull that ballot back out, right? So you got to live
That's right.
You got to live with your vote. Well, you know, it was Maria Pangilinan who gave us the stats, and generally in the early voting, the demographic is typically the Manumku. So in that event, I think that the more seasoned veterans of elections on Guam already know. And that's why they just want to get to the early vote and get it out of the way. They don't need to be sitting around listening to more ads and all of that stuff. They just want to get it done and then be done with that task, right? Instead of waiting until the very end. They're impatient like that. I can see that. So, you know, you're in the right crew. That you guys are a powerful voter base. So thanks for voting. Thanks for voting early.
Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
All right.
And I'll keep it up that way.
Yeah, and then so you're going to be, they said that if you can stay up till 1 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, you probably are going to have a winner, clear. Are you going to stay up? Where's the party? At your house? Where are we going?
Somebody else's house.
Somebody else's house. Good answer. Hey, thanks a lot, Ben. I appreciate it. Take good care. Perhaps we should be going to maybe the Gigo.
What are you thinking?
I don't know. Is there like a beer garden happening up in Gigo?
Hey, look, man.
Are you guys
Gigo's
constructing
ready.
a beer garden?
Gigo is ready.
It's
I'm
like
gonna
the
let you know
after
that.
vote. It's
Look,
like
man,
the after vote.
We're taking the entire
party.
strip, man.
Because you were
Baseball
saying
field all the way down.
Yeah,
man.
so there's like a whole like they're setting up. I mean, Gigo's doing it big.
Oh, for sure.
You're saying that they're pulling
yeah.
out.
Oh, man, they're pulling out everything. I
Wow.
mean, it's going to be a whole fandango.
See, because
It's a
after
fandango.
I think that is just how it is. These supporters, right? They're having their own watch parties wherever they are, because you know they sit, they watch. There was somebody who was saying, "Do you want to go to this bar?" Where was it? Some of my friends were saying, "Hey, you want to go to the bar for the watch party?" And we'll, listen. Oh, this band Breezin' from back in the day. It would not have even crossed your psyche because they were a band from back in the day.
Okay.
And so they're here visiting.
All right.
And they've been playing a few of the spots. And so I think on election night, Saturday, they're playing a little concert down at Hilton, I want to say, at the Tree Bar.
Okay.
Some breezing type of music.
Like happy hour? Are we looking at like happy hour
I
time?
think it was
or?
like from 7 o'clock at night. It's like a concert.
That's
So
not
there's like a
bad.
cost to get in kind of thing. You buy tickets. Okay. But they were saying, hey, you guys want to go and do the watch party at the Hilton, at the Tree Bar, just wait for the results to come in. I'm like, that is no one's paying attention to the election once you've gotten to the watch party. You're dancing. So I don't know. Where are you going to spend your time?
Right.
You're going to watch it from where? Because it's Saturday night, baby.
We're shutting it down on the southern end. That's where we're closing it down. Yeah,
Oh.
we're closing it down on the south side. We're going
Okay.
to open on the north, shut down on the south. So that's the plan. That's how we're going to run it.
Okay. I have to say this one. I thank you for everybody that's privately messaging me. I really appreciate this. But I am going to remark about one that really does kind of grows close to my brain, and that is from Peter Alexis Atta. Peter Alexis Atta, you very well know he has been a teacher. He's been a member of the Board of Education. He was my civics teacher at Bishop Baumgartner. He taught me about American government. And some of the lessons that I learned from back then, I've never had to restructure that instruction until Trump came around. And we were second guessing what we learned in civics class because something wasn't right. Something wasn't right with Congress. Something wasn't right with the way the president was doing things, and something wasn't right in the governance of America. And I'm like, I feel like I learned that you can't do that, right? I feel like you're not supposed to do that. I think I learned that in my civics or in one of my American government classes, which I was thoroughly into. I was paying attention during that time, which is why I questioned so much stuff about the Trump. I never knew I'd had to use the civics. I'm like, you learned this, and you know this is not right. So thank you to Mr. I can't call him Peter Alexis Atta. You will always be Mr. Atta to me, and you did do a great job in teaching me history of the United States. 20 now before 8. Let's take a break. Be back.
AP News, I'm Ed Donahue. President Trump says he may withdraw and delay Todd Blanche's nomination as Attorney General until Republican senators who are seeking concessions from the top prosecutor leave office. The two senators in question are John Cornyn from Texas and from North Carolina, Tom Tillis.
My reaction is the president's getting bad advice. He should listen to Blanche and others who think if it's dead, it should be rendered completely dead.
They want assurances in writing, spelling a final end to the anti-weaponization fund created to resolve President Trump's lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service.
The only reason why we wouldn't move forward with this language is because that same advisor wants to bring it back to life at some point.
Blanche has repeatedly insisted the anti-weaponization fund is dead. It's meant to pay Trump allies who believe they were wronged by the Justice Department. Colin Gray, a man who gave his son the gun he used in a deadly high school shooting in Georgia, has been sentenced to 15 years in prison. Brianna Schermerhorn's son was killed.
People keep calling this a tragedy. It was. The tragedies are unavoidable. This wasn't unavoidable. This was preventable.
Colt Gray was sentenced to life in prison this week. Prosecutors have in recent years held parents responsible when they believe they can prove a parent contributed to a killing. The National Urban League's latest State of Black America report warns the American dream may be slipping away for many Black Americans. The report criticizes policy changes from President Trump, claiming they have worsened economic and political prospects for Black communities. The U.S. and Iran each fired barrages of missiles as the pattern of back-and-forth strikes took hold again, and hope dim for a quick end to the 5-month conflict. A federal appeals court says the Trump administration cannot deny immigrants detained inside the U.S. a chance for release on bond. Stocks are higher in late-day trading. More information at apnews.com. This is AP News. A teenager in Singapore received punishment for a social media stunt.
In March, French student Didier Gaspard Owen Maximilian recorded himself licking a straw from an orange juice vending machine at a Singapore shopping mall and putting it back. Maximilian was charged after his video spread online. On Thursday, the 19-year-old was fined the equivalent of $465 after pleading guilty to a public nuisance charge. He could have gotten up to 3 months in prison. But prosecutors say Maximilian retrieved the straw himself and no member of the public used it. Maximilian attends a business school in Singapore, but prosecutors say immigration authorities will decide if he can keep his student pass. I'm Donna Warder.
The WNBA says a social media post showing stars Paige Buchers and Angel Reese betting $400 on the outcome of a game missed the mark. A source tells the AP they won't be punished. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
All right, Guam. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. It's time to hit the streets once again. This will be your third look at your traffic report here on the Wave 105 FM. It's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. We want you to schedule a test drive. Just give us a call at 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also visit our website. That's GuamAutospot.com. All right, friends, it looks like traffic is beginning to pick up on the northern end of the island, up and around Camp Blas this morning along Route 3, as well as Estumbo, Isang Songa Road. We got some traffic picking up on that end, as well as GRMC. That's going to be the Guam Regional Medical City. Coming around Payless Supermarket in Dedido, hopping on to Machechi Road, as well as Bello Road this morning. Route 16, traffic flowing from Dedido and Harmon, trying to get up into Barragata. Expect some wait time over on that end this morning, as well as our friends on Route 10 in Barragata and Route 10 in Manilao. So again, folks, let's watch our speed limit. It is going to be an incredibly busy weekend. Let's just all be safe. Eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. And if you're going to be partying this weekend, let's make sure that we all get ourselves a designated driver. Remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and car seats. This is your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Hafaday, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Taurus, Treasurer.
A message from Joshua Jackson, actor and Fair Volunteer Ambassador.
Food allergy is a serious, life-threatening disease that impacts over 33 million Americans. When your immune system sees certain food proteins as a threat, every bite matters. But here's the good news. There have been advancements in the treatment of food allergies, and with one voice, we can create better awareness. Because in the FAIR community, the disease doesn't own us. We own our journey. Talk to an allergist to understand your options. Visit foodallergy.org/empower to learn more.
Hafaday. You all know me. I've been your senator, former speaker, businesswoman, lawyer, educator, and I am a mother. And I've spent my working life fighting for truth and justice for the people of Guam. As your governor, I will continue to fight for your families, and I will deliver a government that you can trust. This is a critical time for Guam, and we need change now. Our families are struggling and cannot wait. Please vote for us this election to bring that change that Guam needs.
I'm Therese Terlahi.
And I'm Sabina Perez, and we approve this message.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Anak gofpanidosudu na tumorodu ginenguahan. Igineftawi tautauta muna etmas uniku na isla zangwaizadu na lugar gihilutono.
Ben govmesto ni tautauta zat put I costumbre inazuda zaninakudi. Mas men metkud hit karaguaha asaki.
Esti ikinimentin mami. Wahuzan sitina na bayan protehi ikuturata in natakilu ekonomia in celebra I hinadzin samoro zan I historiata. Zabayan fatsutui iman mamalena generasyon siya, kosa ki umas beresi todo iminaulik gini manyainata za uma oprobeta todo iguinahanita nota. In gagagal hamzu itautogwahan nui botun midu. Parabayan setbi hamzu tat kumu magat lahi zan segundo magahaga.
Biba Tautanu.
Biba Guahan.
I'm Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett. Please keep me in the people's house, and I'll keep fighting for our families. I'll keep fighting for accountability and transparency from a government that wants to keep you in the dark. I'll keep fighting the special interests and corruption that paralyze progress. I'm ready to continue what we've started together, doing good for Guam. Put Fabota. Vote number 11, Democrat, and bring in Barnett again. Viva! Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett, Zahua Prebe, Este na mensaje.
I think trust is a big issue in this coming election because people do not trust their government, but they want to trust the government. And I feel like they will trust when it's open, when things are not hidden, when they can have hearings, when they can open it up for, participation by the people. That to me, we get better that way.
I just think we're tired. We're tired of seeing the same thing happen over and over again, where a party gets the spoils of the war, right? The spoils of election. We're not about that. We want to see long-term, sustainable, positive, progressive growth. And the only way to do that is, being true to our people and listening and doing what's right.
What makes us different is that you have seen us in our work, you have seen them in their work, and you can see that we are going to fight for the people of Guam across the board, not any special interests. That we don't have that kind of agenda. There's no one we have to take care of in our pay them back in our campaign. We are beholden to no one. Vote Terlahi Perez.
A vote for us is a vote for Guam.
I'm Therese Terlahi.
And I'm Sabina Perez, and we approve this message.
Your daily dose of island insight. Wave 105, the talk of Guam, a Glimpses media radio station.
Well, my baby, she's alright. Well, my baby's clean out of sight. Don't you know that she's some kind of wonderful? She's some kind of wonderful. Yes, she is. She's some kind of wonderful.
What?
Yeah, right? You see how I did that now?
I did.
Yeah.
Well, look at you.
Look at me.
Finding a way to put a smile on my face.
I'm going to try. I'm going to do the best I can.
I do share a birthday, though, with a few people.
Okay, do
and
share.
one of them you would know.
All right, let's go. Happy birthday.
Annette Adda.
Annette Adda.
Yeah,
Happy
Tony
birthday.
Adda's wife.
Tanya Adda's wife.
Tony Adda's
Tony
wife.
Adda's wife.
Senator Tony Adda's wife.
Gubernatorial campaign. Yes.
She is also campaigning to be the first lady as well. So happy birthday to you,
Happy
Annette.
birthday.
We've been twins for years, although I probably am old enough to be her mother. But
Love that. Love that.
Yeah,
That's
happy
okay.
birthday to
That's
her.
okay. We love her. She's so sweet. She's approachable. I like the approachable ones. The
Oh,
not,
true.
You know, the not stuck up my topping ones. So I like her. That's okay. It can
You
be her
gotta
birthday.
be in a different stratosphere to not think that being
Right.
personable in public
Bro.
is going to get your husband elected.
You know what? No,
You know what I mean? If you're Mudzu, I'm talking strictly political.
Yeah,
Because,
right,
you know,
that's
you're
fine.
running as a team, right? The husband and wife runs as a team. If she's not having it,
Dude, she's
like
she's
it's
really
like
nice.
it's like Donald Trump and Melania. I don't know who's worse.
Okay. Oh, wow. You can't compare those two to
I
Donald.
kind of do because I feel like they're breathing the same swamp water, right?
What?
I mean, not breathing it, but drinking
What
it. But
in the world?
she's
Oh,
not
my
very
God.
personal.
No, she's not.
You know, she's not, and
She's not.
and she comes off to me as just like, plus she's steely. I think that,
Steely.
and she's
Steely.
yeah.
What's
My mother,
steely?
she's got the stealing
is
look,
Oh,
S-T-E-L, very cold, very
okay.
metalish, very
Yeah,
not
okay. I got it.
pliable, just like stone cold, metal looking, steely, metal looking. She's got like these like slanted eyes, and she's got pointed nose. You know what? And she doesn't smile.
She doesn't smile. She's just stiff like that.
She only
all
smiles
day.
when she's like smiles on cue, and then it's like a robot. Somebody has a remote that turns it off pretty quickly.
No, her smiles are not really
But
smiling.
her smile, and then her frown, they're
Okay.
like split seconds apart.
I can't.
You know how
get
people
her.
are smiling? They kind of look away and then just,
It
change the
is-
facial expression. She just goes from smile
stiff.
to not smile.
She's pretty stiff.
So the emotion is like, wait,
Yeah.
wait, but
Right. I can make her smile. I can give her a real smile. She need to just hang out with me. She'll be laughing. Be like, you know what? You need to smile. I'm hearing a lot about your smile.
I never get the idea that,
Okay.
she's sitting around, with her kids all over the, White House bed.
Okay.
Telling stories and eating
Right on,
popcorn. And
right
then, mom's over there, having a good time, just hacking with their, hackling and, having a great
Doing
time.
their own thing. Okay.
I never get the impression that that's like Michelle Obama.
Okay. She's
Or
got a
like
smile.
Laura Bush. I mean, they were
They have a
Barbara
smile.
Bush. They were personable type of friendly, like motherly kind of
Did
thing.
Barbara Bush smile? Did she have a smile?
Oh, she was like
She had a smile.
everybody's grandmother.
She was everybody's grandmother.
She just had that whole persona.
Okay.
And Hillary Clinton, not necessarily the same thing because she was a lawyer, right? And she was a professional, and she's the one daughter, right? Who she absolutely adored, but you never thought to be like. I don't know. I've never met her clearly, but you could see that there was something. I don't know. I think I was looking. People look for in a first lady, like that motherly type, or that person who brings the house together. Because in America, that's kind of. Every first lady who's come through there
gotta be
has
like
made it a home.
fresh baked cookies and brownies.
Yeah,
if
you
we
gotta,
don't get
you've
that
gotta
vibe,
feel
then
like
we're
you
not-
belong there,
yeah,
right?
We have to get that vibe.
So from back in the day, from the Rose Garden,
Yeah.
to adding all of these special touches,
you gotta have it.
that made you feel like you're actually living in a regular home in America,
I love that.
where you could smell and you wanted them to be normal like you, right? And so I felt I've never had, not that I need a mother. Or to be replaced by Melania Trump by any stretch of the imagination.
I love mine. Okay.
Yeah, I'm keeping. I'm not going to replace her.
Mine.
So true. So true.
Well, happy birthday, Miss Ada. So,
so Richard Arroyo. Not that I needed to confirm it.
Okay.
Why? Let me just ask him why. I said, "Oh, you guys have a power outage?" And he goes, "Yes." I'm like, and
okay, there's a power outage. Did you say a power?
I'm sorry, water outage. There's a water outage.
How you messing me up here?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Water, right? Water.
We shouldn't be having any more power outages, but apparently there's a water outage, and we're hearing from
numbers here.
Not clean Agana Heights residents. They're like, I'm not going to work like this.
They're like, look, it's
I'm
election
not going to
time.
work like
I can't
this.
be at the polls like this.
I need a shower. I need a shower.
I need a shower.
So they're off trying to get a shower in, and we don't know why the water is out there.
Okay.
So I'm just asking.
So they're working on it. Just stand by.
I don't even know if they're working on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, just be patient. Can we say that? Yeah. We're going to ask for the patience, cooperation, understanding, and resilience.
You can take that one line and C-loop it on a tape. And any problem that comes up, you just say, stay patient, stay humble, have resilience. They're working on it. That would apply to everything. Go ahead, put your name on it. Put your name on it. I dare you.
I'm crying.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Well, we're coming up on the top of the hour, and I've really just not had much to talk about than what is the order of the day, and that is that we're coming upon a big hardcore press for your vote today. The villages, I'm sure, are here. We go. The villages, I'm sure, are here all over the place representing their people. I know that. The only one I know is because I had said something, and all of the Josh and Tina people, they're supporters from the villages. So they're campaigning by village. So if you're from Agate, so all your Agate supporters are going to go to an appointed place and wave today. So that's what was happening for the past couple of hours. There's a big wave and a competing wave at that. That's going to happen this afternoon in front of the Dedido Flea Market. And that one, I'm told, is also going to be competing with each other. Therese Terlahi, Sabina Perez have a hold on the old Dedido Flea Market intersection, and the Josh and Tina crew are going to be have selected that same intersection. So you're going to get an eyeful this afternoon at 4:00 at the old Dedido Flea Market, where there will be two campaigns are vying for your honk.
Got it.
They're vying for your honk, because that's the only way that you can communicate with them is like pressing hard on your phone.
It's going to be like an awkward stare down. That's just weird.
So let me get Yvette. Thank you, Yvette. Emergency outage. Agana Heights, Maina, Sinahanya, estimated immediately. Oh, so it's emergency outage. Got it. Ending at 3:00 this afternoon. And it doesn't say much about what. We appreciate your patience, but it doesn't say why. They're working on a main line repair, and it took out 3 villages.
3 villages?
Agana Heights, Maina, and Sinajanya.
Well, you don't want a water outage before election time. I mean, like, that's
some people
not...
need to
some
of the people need to clean that campaign right off of their bodies.
These voters happy right now.
You don't even know. Agana Heights usually smells pretty good, too. Agana Heights, Sinahanya, Maina, they're like really clean people out there.
We just called it yesterday. Hagåtña, had the largest number of voters. And Malesu. And now we don't have water in Agana Heights. It's like, hold on. Wait, our statistics are not statisticking.
Yeah,
we gotta fix this.
Unfortunately. So it's by the gym, apparently, is where this water break is.
Okay.
So let's say, I don't know, maybe we should call Richard.
3 villages without water today?
And he says, oh my God. Okay, wait a minute. Can we just get him on the phone real quick? Can we do that? We are KGUM-FM and Dedido Guam. Let me just
Might as well.
Might as well, as they say.
Might as well.
I hope, don't say anything because they're on the air. Richard, I gotta remind Richard to be the mayor right now.
Put on your
You're on the air. You're on the air. Richard Arroyo from Agana Heights. Good morning, Mayor. How are you?
Good morning. My apologies for not answering right away.
Oh.
I did a dunk on the 50-gallon donkey, So I'm
Oh,
good now. I'm
okay.
good
So
for the
you've
day.
got
Yeah.
you've got a water buffalo out there for
No.
oh oh
The 50
your
gallon.
donkey. Got it.
Yeah.
So,
Dice knows where the donkey is.
yeah.
I got it. I got
So
you.
do
I got you.
Yeah, I live in Tamuning. Our water never goes out, so there's that. I'm kidding. So, Richard, what happened with the power? I mean, the water out there. What happened? There's a broken water line?
Well, let's just say, I think it's safe to say, on my end, one, the experts are GW. First of all, good morning and happy birthday.
Thanks, babe. I appreciate it.
I love you guys. Thank you. So, one is, this is coming from me as the mayor and information I get. Of course, I leave it up to the experts, which is Guam Waterworks for one. So we are in the midst of paving Agani Heights and resurfacing. So what I'm understanding is that we have infrastructure that has been laid down probably before you put RH together before that time, right?
Uh-huh.
So in short, they're paving, and back then I believe the infrastructure, the piping, the water piping is higher than usual what what the requirements are now.
Right.
So this is I know why too, and it's not anyone's fault. It's good because it's two for the price of one, that they pave, and then they also need to fix the water lines that are just in any given moment to give out if there's an earthquake or what have you. Right?
Okay, so the line is high.
they're
The
fighting
height is higher and closer to the roadway than the way it's usually dug in deeper. Okay, so they hit the line.
Well, no one hit any line. It's just that when the DPW's clearing, they pave, they mill the roads, pave. It's beautiful and it's nice. It's again, but then when these rollers vibrate, it vibrates these old piping, galvanized piping sets.
Oh, no one
When you
hit.
say
Okay.
galvanized is the key right there that will tell you how old that is already.
Right.
And it's not anyone's fault. It's not Waterworks or DPW. It's just things you find that you end up digging up later. And I'm glad they found it. Unfortunately, it's this time of the day.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's found, and they're going to fix it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. They said that it's probably going to be until like 3:00 this afternoon. So, if it and this is by your office, right? By the gym.
Yes, and actually I'm assuming that it actually extends to other villages, and unfortunately,
Yeah,
but I think that's extended time. But the way I've been seeing Waterworks fix several situations that we had since paving that are long-standing issues that we just didn't know was just like an earthquake, a volcano waiting to erupt. They fixed it, and it was rather quickly. So I'm really appreciative of GWA coming right away after these issues have arisen in the village.
Okay. Well, that's good. Thank you for the explanation. A lot of your residents have been talking to us on the wave, asking what the problem is with the water. So I think the moral of the story is don't get near Richard Arroyo today because he hasn't showered.
If anyone's the last person to shower or do anything would be me. I'll make sure the rest is but I will tell you this, Patricia, is that real quick at the top of the hour. I will tell you this is that our chat is so active that if you cough into the street, people will respond. So they're getting the message out there. I'm telling you, they're amazing.
That's
they're
true.
Amazing.
That's true. It's a small village. That's absolutely true. Richard, I appreciate this, Mayor. Thank you so much for letting us know, and we'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay,
take good care.
Bye.
It's been.
I like him. That's my drummer, dude. All day, every day, man. That's my guy.
He's so funny.
That is my guy.
Ask Rich how his hair is since no water. That's exactly it.
That's what we're saying.
Richard is coiffed.
He is.
He's coiffed.
I tell you,
He's like one of my best friend cousins.
He's not
like
a
he gets to
Bahaki
pretty
boy.
much say anything to
I've
him,
never
but
seen him in Bahaki, dude.
Oh.
I don't think he owns
You know
a
what?
pair
Come
of
to
Bahaki.
think of it, you're right. He even does good Bahaki.
I know,
You're
it's
absolutely right, and he still smells good.
I'm like, when you bush cut, what do you wear?
No, I don't think I've even really seen him break a sweat.
I have not. I
Yeah.
tell you, man. I have not.
No, you're right about that.
He is super sharp, super sharp, super sharp. I love you, Rich, man. I love you, dude.
Ask him how his hair since no water. That's a good one, Vet. 8:04 now. We took a little bit of some time with him, and now we'll hit that AP News here on Mornings with Patti. We are KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. Most Senate Republicans voted against advancing a measure in the Democrats' latest failed effort to end President Trump's engagement in military action without congressional approval in Iran. New York Democrat Kirsten Gillibrand sponsored the latest resolution.
We were told this president would bring peace and lower prices. Instead, he has given us war, pain, and higher prices. New York families are struggling to afford groceries and keep up with the rent.
3 Republicans, Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Rand Paul of Kentucky, joined most Democrats to advance the measure. Democrat John Fetterman of Pennsylvania joined the Republicans to oppose. Stocks finished higher at the close, even after the government's latest report on the economy showed just 1.5% growth. Spanish authorities say at least 9 people have died trying to reach Ceuta from Morocco. Officials want Madrid to declare a national emergency and deploy the army. George Clooney says his family has been forced to evacuate their home in southeastern France due to a nearby wildfire. France has allowed 84,000 evacuees to return home after the massive wildfire, signaling progress in battling the flames. One of Scouting America's biggest gatherings, the National Jubilee, has eliminated dedicated spaces for gay young people, women, and scouts of color as the organization faces pressure from the Pentagon to pull back diversity efforts. Lettuce prices rose sharply in the first half of the year due to hot weather in Arizona, where about 1/3 of America's lettuce is grown. And now some restaurants are dealing with the fallout from the cyclospora outbreak linked to shredded lettuce that has sickened thousands of people. Yum Brands, the parent company of Taco Bell, said Taco Bell's U.S. same-store sales are down 2% so far in the July to September period. This is AP News. Some elephants have died in Africa.
15 elephants in southern Kenya from Amboseli National Park died after eating the tomatoes from nearby farms. Authorities did not specify who might be responsible for the contamination. However, in the past, farmers have been suspected of poisoning elephants to protect their crops. The park in southern Kenya borders an area where farming and the raising of livestock are prevalent. The Kenyan Wildlife Service warns that the contamination could affect local livestock grazing in the area. I'm Karen Chemas.
Americans outside Washington, D.C. will soon be able to get limited edition U.S. passports that feature a picture of President Trump and celebrate America's 250th birthday. The State Department said its 27 passport agencies around the country will start offering the special travel document next month. Those who want the special passport must apply in person on the day specified. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Half a day, Guam. This is Paul Stanko from your National Weather Service. Isolated showers will become scattered this afternoon and remain so through at least the middle of next week. Southwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour will ramp up to breezy for the weekend and windy for next week. The risk of rip currents and the fire danger are both moderate. A gale watch has been issued due to the potential for gale force gusts next week. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Today, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
Alrighty, Guam Holiday, everyone. Good morning and welcome back. This is Mornings with Patti. You are locked into the Wave 105 FM. We have exactly 9 minutes after 8 o'clock. It is a Friday, the 31st this morning, streaming live and online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Let's hit the streets right now. This will be your last look at your traffic report for this morning, and it is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. You can schedule a test drive. All you got to do is give us a call. That number is 478-AUTO. Or you can also check out our inventory on our website if you head to GuamAutospot.com. All right, friends, we got some delays getting around Anderson Air Force Base, the main gate this morning. We got some north as well as southbound traffic. Payless Supermarket in Jigo this morning. Flowing into Dedido, you will have some wait time along East Shang Road up and around 501 this morning. Machechi Road as well as Bellow Road. Coming around the Micronesia Mall or dancing around Liguan, we got some north as well as southbound traffic there. Harmon is also beginning to pick up, as well as our friends in both Upper Tumon and Lower Tumon. Prepare yourselves, guys. We got an even flow of traffic getting out of Teton, coming around the airport this morning. ITC intersection north as well as southbound on that end. And for our friends in Hagåtña, that's going to be along Route 4. We got ourselves some north as well as southbound traffic. That's going to be along Chalin Cantantasi. So just prepare yourselves, guys. It is a Friday. It's going to be an incredibly busy weekend. Just want to remind everyone, if you're going to be drinking this weekend, grab yourself a designated driver. Let's all be safe. Eyes on the roads, not on the phones. Remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and car seats. This is your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Our island is important to all of us, and you deserve leaders who will fight to improve it. I fought for Guam's future. Tax refunds are paid faster than ever. I fixed roads so your families can commute safely. We've seized more meth than the previous two administrations combined and helped more people recover from addictions. I built gyms and playgrounds in our villages so our children have a place to grow and thrive, and I have much more to do.
I focused on growing opportunities for us all. My laws built hundreds of affordable homes and granted millions to first-time homeowners. I've worked to bring new industries to Guam, creating jobs, evolving our island and workforce, and I'm not done yet.
We're ready to build Guam's future together, and we need your help.
On August 1st, please vote Tenorio
Munya Barnes, number 2 Democrat. Let's go Guam!
I'm Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Buenas. Guahusi Senador Daryl Christopher Barnett. Please keep me in the people's house, and I'll keep fighting for our families. I'll keep fighting for accountability and transparency from a government that wants to keep you in the dark. I'll keep fighting the special interests and corruption that paralyze progress. I'm ready to continue what we've started together, doing good for Guam. Put Fabota. Vote number 11, Democrat, and bring in Barnett again. Be back! Guahusi Senador Daryl Christopher Barnett, Zahua Preve, Estina Mensaje.
Hafa Guam! The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
As a parent, you said you'd never give up the convertible.
Look, the van even has its own vacuum.
You said you'd never stop listening to your music.
Do your happy dance, do your happy dance, yeah!
You said you'd never schedule your life around a stuffed animal.
Nobody panic. Bun Bun is still at daycare.
You said you'd never give in to demands.
kids' meals. And a chocolate shake.
And never put them in harm's way.
I'll be right back, little man. Just gonna pop in the store for diapers.
But never happens. And no amount of time is okay to leave your child in a car by themselves.
Long line today.
Temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you every time you park the car. Stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Wave 105, the talk of Guam, a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
Feeling hot, summer smoke the lime. Mirror says, woo, gonna do some harm. I'm the one, yeah, I bring the charm. Step aside, let a real one through. Thunder in my walk, lightning in my shoes. Just to watch, baby, I'm the view.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep that good vibe going right here on Mornings with Patti.
Watch me do it like, I do it like,
Yeah, okay. It is, let's see, wait, hang on, I'm just sending a message to Annette at, she said happy birthday, and I said a big shout out to you on the radio, twin.
Love it. I love it.
Twins.
I like her. Okay.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, too. Good morning and welcome to the program. We've been sort of doing a potpourri, a sort of mixed plate of stuff. There's a big water outage. It taken like 3 villages out. Again, Heights, Maine, and Sinahanya. And we're just finding out why. And so we got messages earlier from our listeners saying why. And we really didn't know what happened. And so I just got a message from GWA. It was just about an emergency outage. It's really not that controversial, but it sounds like because of the road work that was being done in the village, this is by the Agana Heights gym.
Yes.
And they were smoothing out this brand new roadway. And I guess it's the vibration from the rolling machines that DPW uses to pack in, right, the surface.
Yes.
And the problem is that these are old water lines that were built not to the current modern specs that they require when laying down water lines at GWA. Does that make sense?
Got it. Yes.
So
I'm following.
it vibrated the living daylights, and I guess it snapped. So
Oh.
nobody really hit it, but it snapped is what the mayor says. So there's that.
So it's a little blessing in disguise. So now they get
Yeah.
new water lines.
That's
and
what he's
so
saying.
They get an upgrade. So they're going to get an upgrade.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it was a good thing that water line got vibrated, I suppose,
Yeah,
that
right,
it
right.
like broke, took out 3 villages, but now it's going to be replaced. So
Nice.
everything happens for the reason, for absolutely different reasons. There was a decision that was made yesterday during the Civil Service Commission's hearing that was scheduled for yesterday on the multiple cases that had been pending by Donna Lawrence against her former employer, and that's the Office of the Attorney General. There's several cases that were outstanding and multiple status call conferences. And I think on the latest CSC docket one for the calendar was yesterday, showing that they were going to be making a decision on it. I'm going to refer to Attorney Jordan Paloon, who joins us on the line now. Hey, Jordan, good morning.
Good morning, Patty. How are you?
Oh, I'm well. Thank you for asking. And you?
I'm doing very well this morning.
I appreciate you very much. Thank you for calling in and letting us know. I want to kind of sort of give me some specific aspects of the case with Donna Lawrence.
So Donna Lawrence feels very vindicated and grateful that the Civil Service Commission was able to finally hear some matters on her cases. She had several pending grievances as well as an adverse action case that she had appealed for its wrongful termination. So the Civil Service Commission had a motion hearing yesterday on all of the cases, including her adverse action, and had granted a motion to void her adverse action for serious procedural defects. The final notice of adverse action, which wasn't even properly served on her, didn't specify all of the charges, didn't provide her the amount of time in which to respond. And the Civil Service Commission agreed with those arguments and properly, in my view and my client's view, dismissed the adverse action against her.
Okay. And so this is the crux of this. Really, has it been the crux being the wrongful termination?
The wrongful term. So there were some grievances that started it, and in retaliation for the allegations in the materials are that that in retaliation for some of the grievances and other things and complaints that she was being harassed, she was terminated in retaliation for those things. And so it was some grievances that started it, but ultimately the cases were really culminating around her claim of wrongful termination.
This because there were multiple cases, Jordan. I mean, it kind of goes beyond just the average personnel appeal.
It does. This was a quite extensive thing. 3 separate grievances covering separate topics related to pay administration, harassment, as well as in the adverse action. Typically, you'll have employees that might have 1 or 2 cases at a time, but this one was did have several cases with some complex facts.
And so there is still separately a civil lawsuit or a civil complaint that was also filed in court over these allegations. So how does that play out?
Well, so the allegations about these that I believe was pending in court was not handled by me, and I believe that was actually related to some Freedom of Information Act requests seeking information that may be relevant to the claims. I'm not sure the status of those cases because that was not something I was helping my client with, but I do know as far as her adverse action and grievance cases go, those now sit with the decision of the Civil Service Commission. How the Civil Service Commission works is they vote, and then within 10 days they'll get a proposed judgment from the parties, and then they will sign that in about a month. So, there is a possibility that court proceedings or other things could persist, but I'm pretty confident that the Civil Service Commission decisions will stand.
And so because she has prevailed now before the CSC, there is a possibility that she can get back pay, or she can get her job reinstated, or any other benefits or any kind of personal relief, couldn't she?
Yes, those are for any employee terminated by the government that wins an adverse action appeal, particularly a termination. Those are the automatic thing. Those are their automatic employment rights to claim reinstatement, back pay, attorney's fees, a whole gambit of equitable rights like that they are entitled to following a success at the Civil Service Commission.
Yeah, and like you said, the separate case in the court will have to be on its own. That's another jurisdiction that could provide even more relief, because the CSC can't necessarily award any kind of punitive damages. It would have to come from the court.
Yeah, so this applies in this case and other cases. I don't know all of the specifics of what my client's doing. I was engaged to help with the Civil Service Commission.
Right.
But employees that deal with that appeal to the Civil Service Commission, they also may have claims that arise under federal law, and they can pursue those at the EEOC, for example, or they can also go to the local courts, because one of the things that you might be able to claim at the local courts without having to go through the Civil Service Commission is claims for overtime and things like that. You can go straight to court without having to deal with the Civil Service Commission. It's your choice on that. But there are a lot of avenues for employees. The Civil Service Commission is not the only one, but it's a really strong one. And I encourage all employees that are facing claims like this, public or private sector, to make sure that you confront all your avenues of relief, both at the Guam and local level as well as the federal level.
I find this, Jordan, to actually be a pretty significant case because it's a government employment dispute, and it engages a very controversial office where there have been employees who feel like they've been wrongly terminated. They've been treated poorly in a hostile environment. And this might split wide open once and for all some of these allegations of, whistleblowing, workplace culture. The significance of this could blow open some of the things that we have been hearing for employees who feel too intimidated to bring to the Civil Service Commission because they might still be employed, or to any lawyer because they are still employed. And the repercussions they have seen have been brutal and life-changing. Would you?
And I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with you there. And I think what we see is, whether it's the Attorney General's office or another agency, what we see is sometimes actions are taken against employees to be punitive or retaliatory for whatever reason, right? But what I think we've been seeing in this current line of cases out of the Attorney General's office is a pretty consistent pattern of this, where this is not the only case that's come out of the Civil Service Commission. There's been a variety of other ones, too. Mm-hmm. And the real unfortunate part is this does create some significant financial liability on behalf of the government because there is claims of back pay and attorney's fees that need to be paid out. So it's really incumbent upon the government agencies to do these things right, and when they stack up, it becomes a much bigger issue for the government. Because at the end of the day, most of these any of the employees that are facing adverse actions are classified employees who are entitled to merit rights, and they're actually just the ones showing up on a day-to-day basis trying to do their job and do a public service. Nobody's getting rich off of government work if you're a classified employee doing the basic work day to day. And so we need to actually have some respect for our employees and understand that they're doing this as a public service and treat them fairly each and every time. Some disputes will arise, and that's why we have the process, so we can actually hold employees accountable when they do mess up. But we need to use it in a way that's fair instead of a way that ends up costing the government money.
Do you think that this could change the way we handle business with those who are particularly particularly attorneys? Should attorneys working for the government even receive maybe stronger protections under the Whistleblower Act?
I think that attorneys already have obligations to the government and their client consistent with our ethics rules that it's incumbent upon every attorney to follow. So whether we have stronger civil service protections or not, I know my ethical obligations, for example, for myself, guide the decisions that I make, and I know for my client they do for her as well. I do think that we may need to consider some avenues working with the courts that actually govern attorney ethics as well as the legislature to provide some more protections, because at the end of the day we do need to deal with the public interest, and attorneys do govern really big matters related to the public purse, public money that gets spent. And we want to make sure that they have the avenues to be protected against political interference and retaliation when they do speak up about those things or when they are just trying to do their job.
Well, it also makes it interesting because taxpayers are not necessarily privy to some of these allegations against high-ranking senior officials of government. And how do you balance between what they should know or what they are allowed to know, especially like you said, because we are talking money here and it's the taxpayers' money. How do you get information, or how is transparency even possible while these cases are pending, like in the case of Donna Lawrence?
I think one of the things that citizens need to know is there actually are quite a few tools available for them for exercising these things. First of all, everybody that's familiar with the government knows that there's a FOIA law. And if you don't, you should familiarize yourself with it. It's called the Sunshine Reform Act, and FOIA stands for Freedom of Information Act. And so what you can do is you can send a request to an agency or governmental body requesting documents that they may have in their possession that that are public records, and they are required to disclose them to you, or you can go to court over it. There's also a couple other statutes, like the Enforcement of Proper Government Spending Act or False Claims and Whistleblower Act, in which citizens can use to also pursue information and lawsuits against the government when they do uncover wrongful spending or claims that may violate some other provision of the law.
Do you think that it should, especially if it's a senior government official, do you think that that should trigger an outside investigation?
I typically think so. I don't think that, especially when allegations are leveled against an agency head or something like that, that they should be conducted or even led at the beginning by that same agency head. I do think that they should be handled either by an outside firm or, at a minimum, some other branch of the government that is not interested in the dispute.
How much can Donna Lawrence use in her cases in court using the judgment of the Civil Service Commission?
The judgment of the Civil Service Commission is a separate judgment that will entitle her to a whole bunch of various rights. If and when she goes to court on other claims, right, that's in her discretion and decision. She would be able to pursue other claims. It is helpful and strong evidence, and the same evidence in the Civil Service Commission could be relevant in court. But I do want to emphasize, for any employee that goes to the Civil Service Commission, the judgment of the Civil Service Commission is a binding judgment that requires the government to honor it, follow it, and pay any obligations consistent with it.
And so there is not an appeal process by which the Attorney General can deny?
There is an appeal process in which anybody can seek review of a civil service or any agency action in the courts. But presuming that doesn't happen, then the Civil Service Commission judgment is the final word on the case.
Okay. Well, I mean, this Attorney General is, it's not beneath him to appeal, because these cases that are against him, he usually fights tooth and nail until, and even after all of his resources are exhausted. Ask us, we pay the bill. Jordan, it's always good to talk to you. Thank you for the time, and thank you for this breaking story.
And thank you so much. And I just want to say that, I spoke to my client right before this, and my client also says, thank you for talking about the matter, Patti, and having some interest in it for the public.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. Jordan Paloon, he represents Donna Lawrence, who had made some allegations upon, upon the arrival of the Attorney General and in his round of reign at the OAG. This is I said that this is a case that can be very significant to the issues within the Attorney General's office that we have heard from countless people, and usually covertly, trying to provide information because they are absolutely scared of the retaliation in the office. Now, I wouldn't name names, obviously, because their allegations haven't been made formal, and so, unless you tell me, specifically what, who you are and the cases that if you are going further with actually making a case, it wouldn't hold up only as hearsay. But Donna Lawrence has alleged that she experienced sexual harassment in the workplace and has worked in a hostile environment, and that she was retaliated against for raising these concerns or even reporting that there was misconduct, which then leads certainly to this retaliation of a wrongful termination against her for having been I would categorize it as a whistleblower. So she was fired for the job, and the Office of the Attorney General violated Guam's merit system and employment protections by the way she was just unilaterally fired without going through any of the processes, either through court or before the Civil Service Commission. And now she's brought this case before them, and they ruled yesterday in her favor, which means that we're going to be paying another bill for these actions. This happened with Brian Cruz. He was an investigator with the Attorney General's office, and asked Pete Santos, because everybody knows that case where there was an argument and a tussle over him sharing, an email that was supposedly expected to be kept within the office. When I could go further, but they ruled against the Attorney General on this case. I call it substantial only because we have heard these kinds of allegations have come through. And this would be successfully decided by the Civil Service Commission. And if there were to be a civil trial on this, which would call for more punitive damages, there would be a hefty price to pay in a case like this. And harassment in the workplace is a pretty obvious thing to see. The only reason why we don't know about it is because there's a reluctance by whoever has been terminated under those circumstances to talk about it. And in some cases, in my case, for example, I had a major sexual harassment discrimination case that I won in Honolulu. And it was under the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission where this was played out. And ultimately, I didn't go to court for it, but the judgment that they had made at the time was in my favor. And at the time as well, I wasn't allowed to talk about it. There had to have been like this, I don't know, statute of limitations for silence or something. You couldn't talk about it. But and there were, aside from a monetary award, they had to change the way this guy was running his business. He also had to take out in both the newspapers, the daily newspapers in Honolulu, a full-page ad saying that he had been involved in a civil service lawsuit having to do with discrimination against pregnant women. It was a big deal. For me, it was a big deal at the time, but it was very frustrating because sometimes these services take a long time, and you're getting their attorneys on the other side were calling me at home and literally harassing me on the telephone about my case. And it was just one of those things where it weighs on you, but you've got to do the right thing. Like Jordan says, if this is a case where it happens to you in the workplace, but especially in the government, know what the law says about it. Know what your protections are. And you really have to report it. Otherwise, it will continue. Even if you want to remain silent and let it quietly go away, whoever's coming up after you is going to get that same treatment. We're at the bottom of the hour now. Let's take a break. Be right back.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. Most Senate Republicans voted against advancing a measure in the Democrats' latest failed effort to end President Trump's engagement in military action without congressional approval in Iran. New York Democrat Kirsten Gillibrand sponsored the latest resolution.
We were told this president would bring peace and lower prices. Instead, he has given us war, pain, and higher prices. New York families are struggling to afford groceries and keep up with the rent.
3 Republicans, Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Rand Paul of Kentucky, joined most Democrats to advance the measure. Democrat John Fetterman of Pennsylvania joined the Republicans to oppose. Stocks finished higher at the close, even after the government's latest report on the economy showed just 1.5% growth. Spanish authorities say at least 9 people have died trying to reach Ceuta from Morocco. Officials want Madrid to declare a national emergency and deploy the army. George Clooney says his family has been forced to evacuate their home in southeastern France due to a nearby wildfire. France has allowed 84,000 evacuees to return home after the massive wildfire, signaling progress in battling the flames. One of Scouting America's biggest gatherings, the National Jubilee, has eliminated dedicated spaces for gay young people, women, and scouts of color as the organization faces pressure from the Pentagon to pull back diversity efforts. Lettuce prices rose sharply in the first half of the year due to hot weather in Arizona, where about 1/3 of America's lettuce is grown. And now some restaurants are dealing with the fallout from the cyclospora outbreak linked to shredded lettuce that has sickened thousands of people. Yum Brands, the parent company of Taco Bell, said Taco Bell's U.S. same-store sales are down 2% so far in the July to September period. This is AP News. Some elephants have died in Africa.
15 elephants in southern Kenya from Amboseli National Park died after eating the tomatoes from nearby farms. Authorities did not specify who might be responsible for the contamination. However, in the past, farmers have been suspected of poisoning elephants to protect their crops. The park in southern Kenya borders an area where farming and the raising of livestock are prevalent. The Kenyan Wildlife Service warns that the contamination could affect local livestock grazing in the area. I'm Karen Chemas.
Americans outside Washington, D.C. will soon be able to get limited edition U.S. passports that feature a picture of President Trump and celebrate America's 250th birthday. The State Department said its 27 passport agencies around the country will start offering the special travel document next month. Those who want the special passport must apply in person on the day specified. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
Half a day, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
Our island is important to all of us, and you deserve leaders who will fight to improve it. I fought for Guam's future. Tax refunds are paid faster than ever. I fixed roads so your families can commute safely. We've seized more meth than the previous 2 administrations combined and helped more people recover from addictions. I built gyms and playgrounds in our villages so our children have a place to grow and thrive, and I have much more to do.
I focused on growing opportunities for us all. My laws built hundreds of affordable homes and granted millions to first-time homeowners. I've worked to bring new industries to Guam, creating jobs, evolving our island and workforce. And I'm not done yet.
We're ready to build Guam's future together, and we need your help.
On August 1st, please vote Tenorio
Munya Barnes, number 2 Democrat. Let's go Guam! I'm Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Buenas. Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett. Please keep me in the people's house, and I'll keep fighting for our families. I'll keep fighting for accountability and transparency from a government that wants to keep you in the dark. I'll keep fighting the special interests and corruption that paralyze progress. I'm ready to continue what we've started together, doing good for Guam. Put Fabota. Vote number 11, Democrat, and bring in Barnett again. Be back! Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett, Zahua Prebe, Estina Mensa.
Half a day Aganya, is your lunch hour slipping away? Don't settle for snacks. Get a real fast meal at the Aganya Shopping Center. If you're on a grab-and-go mission, we got your favorites ready to roll. Swing by Subway, Taco Bell, or Jollibee. Grab legendary snaps from Chan's Hot Dogs, fresh customized bowls from Poke 7, or savory wraps at Dr. Kebab. Plus crispy wings from Vaughn's and ready-to-eat bento and Korean meals at Tokyo Mart and Seoul Mart. Park easy, run in, grab your takeout, and get back to the office with time to spare. Only at Aganya Shopping Center.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer in the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans, 40 years and 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Some SUVs get you where you're going. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is designed to move you. Experience a refined interior, intuitive technology, a stunning redesigned exterior, and a new 15.6-inch touchscreen display. All crafted with the quality and attention to detail Mazda is known for. Now available at Triple J starting at just $29,995 or from as low as $198 per paycheck. Visit Triple J in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved instantly at triplejguam.com. The all-new Mazda CX-5 designed to move you. Triple J customers first.
When Guam is not heard in Washington, our families pay the price. We pay it in higher costs, in housing that feels out of reach, in food assistance put at risk, and our Manamco and neighbors with disabilities still waiting for benefits they've earned. Mary Camacho Torres is running to change that. She'll fight to lower costs, deliver fairness for our veterans and downwind communities, and make sure Guam finally has a voice that's heard. This election, vote Mary Camacho Torres for Congress, number 1 on the ballot.
I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the Torres for Congress Committee.
We're heading into the historic California orchards today to uncover the stubborn, accidental origin of a global breakfast phenomenon. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for July 31st.
The massive global popularity celebrated on National Avocado Day only exists today because an amateur grower was talked out of destroying his own crop. In 1926, a postman named Rudolph Haas planted a few random seeds, fully intending to graft them into the smooth green Fuerte avocados that completely dominated the commercial industry. However, one stubborn seedling repeatedly rejected the grafts for 2 straight years. In pure frustration, Haas was ready to chop the tree down completely as a total failure, but a professional grafter convinced him to just let it grow. That single rejected tree went on to produce a dark, bumpy, incredibly rich fruit, completely outperforming the rest of the grove and giving birth to the iconic Haas variety.
It's kind of a cool story, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, but his kids tried that bumpy black fruit and loved it.
Was it just fun because it was nice and bumpy and whatever?
That could be why they went after it.
Interesting.
The flavor's fabulous. Today it makes up like 80% of the global market.
Wow.
We're also celebrating National Mutt Day and National Get Gnarly Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Our island is important to all of us, and you deserve leaders who will fight to improve it. I fought for Guam's future. Tax refunds are paid faster than ever. I fixed roads so your families can commute safely. We've seized more meth than the previous 2 administrations combined and helped more people recover from addictions. I built gyms and playgrounds in our villages so our children have a place to grow and thrive, and I have much more to do.
I focused on growing opportunities for us all. My laws built hundreds of affordable homes and granted millions to first-time homeowners. I've worked to bring new industries to Guam, creating jobs, evolving our island and workforce, and I'm not done yet.
We're ready to build Guam's future together, and we need your help.
On August 1st, please vote Tenorio
Munya Barnes, number 2 Democrat. Let's go Guam!
I'm Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Hungry and need gas? Mobile's got you covered. Now through July 31st, Mobile Smiles app members can enjoy a free 6-inch Subway sandwich with every minimum fill-up of $30 gas at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy summer win. Fuel up, open the app, and enjoy the rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a Mobile Smiles card at any mobile location and register today. Mobile and Subway, a great deal for the summer. See store for details.
Where the coffee is strong, the opinions are stronger, and the vibe is always local. Wave 105, Glimpses Media.
Well, Romeo and Juliet, Samson and Delilah, baby, you can bet they were burning with desire. If I say split, you say split, then you know that I'd be lying.
talking before we regret it. 10 minutes. How you doing over on that side?
I am great, Patty.
So many nice things that people are writing on our WhatsApp. I appreciate it, the wave. And I'm remiss in not recognizing, because I honestly did not know until right now, Cynthia Akubi, who is, I don't know if she's still the president of the Guam Bar Association. I don't think so, but she has been. She's a crack lawyer. Hey. She is celebrating her birthday. As well today. So happy birthday to you, QB, as she is fondly known.
I would never pass that bar exam. I'm just going to let you know in advance.
Girl, I've just barely made it through the driver's license exam myself.
I'll be like, can I see your answers? It's like, I'm about to cheat.
You know, they take all of those exams, right? Those entrance things that have to test your knowledge. I think the bar. What about like the NCLEX? That's the one that nurses take.
Throw it out the door.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, man, you're gonna die on my watch. Don't get me
I
in
bet
the
you
hospital.
though you could take a media test.
Oh, for sure.
You could take a radio, but I'm pretty sure that lawyers and nurses and doctors can't take a radio test. You know what I mean? It's all kind of relative. It's kind of.
They have those. I don't think they have those.
Mm.
No, I think we're good.
Oh, okay. Oh, do you see? All right, so challenge accepted.
Challenge
Maureen
accepted.
Maritis says, wait till you see what I have for you in dice.
Oh, and me. It's not even my birthday.
She doesn't know that.
Okay. Yes, she
She doesn't know that. I don't think she knows it's even mine, so I don't think that's a thing. Let's just not say anything.
Oh, they know. It's on YouTube. It says right there, happy birthday,
Oh, yeah.
Patty. They know. Oh, believe me. Best believe they know it's your birthday. All right, then you got the 50 million fans on YouTube, so you have to say hi to them. I'm going to make it big. There you go. Can you see that?
Oh, really? Did you just say I'm going to make it big? What is that? The backhanded slap right there?
No,
Happy
no,
birthday,
not at all.
birthday.
No,
It's like
no.
Happy birthday. Hey, Aggie.
I wouldn't do that.
Happy birthday, Tom. Hey, Tom.
Tom, you know Tom?
Hillary. Yeah. I
You know
don't,
Tom?
but I do now.
Kathy?
Thanks you to Hillary. Happy birthday, Pat. Is that our Hillary?
That's our Hillary.
Oh, hey, girl.
That's ours. That's our Hillary.
Hey, girl. Thanks for that extra couple dollars in my paycheck today. Just joking. Just joking. She would never do that.
Okay.
Happy birthday, Miss Patty. Enjoy your special day. Thank you. And Verna, happy birthday. Happy Patty, she says. Happy Patty. And happy indeed.
We are
When
happy.
you start the morning off with some prayer,
We are happy.
a little gratefulness.
Okay.
You know what I
prayed
mean?
this morning? I did not. I skipped that part.
The rosary is like a part of. It's an appendage of
part.
my life right
Okay.
there.
Okay.
You know, you pray the rosary in the morning. In my case, or give thanks however you do
Right,
it. Birthdays
right.
are kind of a thing.
Okay.
Just a thing privately for me, so I don't really like to do a whole lot of stuff. You know,
See,
you just
that's why I
kinda,
don't have to pray in the morning. I'm like, you know what, Jesus, can you just go to Patty's house? Because she gonna
Have
do
her
like
pray for me.
She's doing like a 10-minute
Brother, I got
prayer
you.
right now.
I got
Whatever
you, baby.
She says, I second that. Okay, just go to Patty's house because she's praying right now.
all 5 mysteries
I got a lot to
in
do.
the bank. In the bank.
Patty's praying. Can you go over there?
And then I kind of like play, and then I play like I have this playlist and it's called Inspired.
Oh, God.
So it has all my Jesus songs on it.
Oh, my God.
It has all my Jesus, and so the first actually, I know, but wait, I'm not done yet. Well, I mean, if
I
you
don't even think it's going to
you
be
ha-
inspiring.
I don't. I think so.
It's inspiring. Okay, all right. Let's get inspired.
You want to get inspired
Let's
because
get
I got
inspired.
well.
It
I
might
was
work. It might work.
Well, it's like music that I like to play that is going to help me just kind of get my life in order.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And so they're affirmations.
Okay.
They're affirmations of what I need. And so let me just play you one of them, and you're going to die laughing at this one because it's just a good old, it's an oldie, but it is certainly an absolute goodie. Come on, everybody, on your feet.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord. Do you recognize this song?
No.
This is the song I played this morning. The whole neighborhood heard.
Wow.
The whole neighborhood heard it. I had it on to all the DBs. Uh-huh. Preach. So everybody actually thinks that this is the theme song for Sister Act.
But I was going to say that.
They know this song only because of Sister Act, and that's
Act.
not that. I will tell you, that's not.
I was like, oh, Whoopi Goldberg.
No, that's not how.
That's not how it's
It's
going.
the Edwin Hawkins Singers. It's a big choir group, and the song features Dorothy Combs Morrison, and one of the originals who sang this song. It's the soul of my existence. Yep, go ahead, dance to it.
Okay.
Yep. So I think that
feel that.
maybe, yeah, you feeling it?
Okay.
This wasn't the sister act part.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we're good. We're very happy today, Betty.
We are definitely happy
We're very
today,
happy
and thank
today.
you. It's. I was born in Austin, Texas.
Austin,
That's right.
Texas. No kidding.
My
Austin,
U.S.
Texas.
citizenship is intact.
Okay.
I was born in the United States of America. Nobody really knows that. But
Yeah?
Yeah.
Austin, Texas.
My dad was in the military, so that just
Nice.
happened to be the place. We could have waited 2 years later where my sister was born in Africa. So how does that
And
feel?
your sister was born in Africa. That is so
She was born in
cool.
Africa.
That's
yeah.
wow.
So when Double L walks around and starts making some stuff about being, African and being black, I have to remind him that he was actually born in the motherland. So I have some respect, right? Anyway, we're coming up on 9:00 in the morning. I got the list. I just want to make
There's
sure
a
that
list?
everybody knows. Well, because somebody sent me a list of just like what Josh and Tina were doing.
Okay.
And so
They have a list too. What's the list?
Oh, of where they're going to be.
Oh gosh, Patty. you
So the
guys all-
Terlahi campaign is actually going to be at the same place as the Josh and Tina campaign this afternoon at 4:00. They're all going to take up space at the old Dedido
You mean
Flea
the
Market.
Paris Terlahi team.
What did I say?
You said Josh and Terlahi team.
Oh, sorry, Josh and Tina, and then
I got you.
Therese and Sabina. You get the
I
message.
got you,
get
yeah,
the message.
okay, all
so
right.
they also have a whole
The Dems
host
are
of-
in Dedido.
The Dems are in Dedido?
I got you.
Oh, look at you.
Dems are
Oh,
in
look at
Dedido.
you putting
I got
labels.
You.
I love
got
it.
you. The Dems and Dedido.
I didn't even think
Okay.
about that
That's all
one.
right.
Yeah.
I got your back. Let's go.
Woohoo! Anyway, so you're going to get an eyeful and a whole bunch of waves. And so the natural reaction to showing appreciation for somebody bucking for your vote on the side of the road is a honk. Yeah. You know, and I'll tell you what I do. Yeah. I honk at everybody.
Honk at them all.
I honk at them all.
Honk
It's
at
like you're
'em
holding a
all.
sign, you're running for something. Good on you. Here's a longhorn. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this to help keep you like pumped to get into office. I want you to run for office because that's what a bunch of people would never dare do. Yes. So I honk at everybody. You don't know who I'm voting for. It doesn't matter to me if you do or don't. You know what I mean? It's going to count somewhere.
Pass out some popsicles for the kids. They're my favorites. The kids are my favorites. I mean, you can't if you got some kids on the streets, I'm stopping.
If you got some kids on the streets,
I got
you got questions to answer.
Yeah,
answer
no, the little mascots. They got the signs out, boat to boat. It's just a kid.
Oh yeah.
Those kids. I like that.
Okay,
I love that.
okay.
I like seeing
But
that.
if you give me a popsicle or you throw some candy in my car, I mean that's an extra vote right there. I might be running in your circle like
Patty,
twice.
you got it backwards.
I could do 2 ballots.
It's the motorists that you give to the children that are on the road.
Oh, I thought you were saying the kids are giving me things.
Oh my God!
It's my birthday. It's my birthday. I'm here for the
We're
popsicles.
6'7", not 7'7". Let's get
6'7",
it right.
6'7".
6'7", Patty. Yes. Okay, so they're going to be in Dedido. Dems
Yeah.
are in Dedido. Got it. All right, and the other parties are going to be in. You said
well, I
you had
just
a
know
list.
that. No, that was a list of the
Oh.
Terlahi Perez thing. I didn't get a list from anybody else yet. I haven't seen. Maybe I'm not paying attention.
Okay.
Because it was on Facebook that it popped up. Therese and Sabina's list popped
Their
up.
list
and
popped
yeah,
up.
so I wanted to make sure. Let's see.
8 o'clock, 8 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 8 a.m.
4 p.m.
4 p.m.
4 p.m. this afternoon. Yes.
Afternoon. Okay. All right. Okay.
And so make sure that make sure that you honk. You're going to lean on the horn for the candidate that's the person you're going to vote for, right? They like hearing that. Being on the side of the road like that, exposing yourself out there to the public. You need a little inspiration. You need to know that people are paying attention, right? It's a little emotional, but so get out there and hear everybody, listen to everything, and do everything that you have to do to get to the polls tomorrow. We're Dice. You might run into Dice.
Hey, hi guys.
You might run into
You're gonna
Dice,
see
and
me.
if that happens, what do you want them to say to you?
Nothing. Don't say anything. Don't talk to me. Like, don't come up to me.
That cracked me because I
Don't-
was trying
no.
to choke back those words like what.
No.
Just say hi. She doesn't want that.
No, don't want that. Don't come up. Don't say hi. Don't just do whatever you're doing. Just, Patty, God, I hate you. Just stay in the business. It's like, what do you say? Don't
Go and say hi. She likes it when you go up to her and try to shake her hand. She likes it when you say, hey, can we take a picture?
Oh, heck no.
Yes, she does.
I'm not, no.
Yes, she does.
I'm not a hugger, no pictures.
Oh, ask her for the extra hug, because she does like really good extra hugs. I'm going with that.
Don't, you know what, guys? Just, you can honk your horn. We can all honk together. That's good. You and your vehicle, me and mine. Let's all just have a honking party. It's going to be a big old honky tonk. How's that? Am I doing good?
You did so good. I'm going to let that one go, man, because you own that. You own that clap back like I've never seen one. You owned it good.
Okay, we're good. All right, come on out. The Dems are in Deddy-Doo. That's
come on
the party.
out, say hello to Dice, but don't talk to her.
Don't talk.
Yeah.
No, just
right.
beep, beep.
Keep it moving. Beep, beep. All right, let's go ahead and get into that AP News. And then we've got Maureen Meritita is going to join us in the studio for Business Bites. That's ahead here on Mornings with Patty. We are KGUM-FM and Deddy-Doo Guam.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. Most Senate Republicans voted against advancing a measure in the Democrats' latest failed effort to end President Trump's engagement in military action without congressional approval in Iran. New York Democrat Kirsten Gillibrand sponsored the latest resolution.
We were told this president would bring peace and lower prices. Instead, he has given us war, pain, and higher prices. New York families are struggling to afford groceries and keep up with the rent.
3 Republicans, Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Rand Paul of Kentucky, joined most Democrats to advance the measure. Democrat John Fetterman of Pennsylvania joined the Republicans to oppose. Stocks finished higher at the close, even after the government's latest report on the economy showed just 1.5% growth. Spanish authorities say at least 9 people have died trying to reach Ceuta from Morocco. Officials want Madrid to declare a national emergency and deploy the army. George Clooney says his family has been forced to evacuate their home in southeastern France due to a nearby wildfire. France has allowed 84,000 evacuees to return home after the massive wildfire, signaling progress in battling the flames. One of Scouting America's biggest gatherings, the National Jubilee, has eliminated dedicated spaces for gay young people, women, and scouts of color as the organization faces pressure from the Pentagon to pull back diversity efforts. Lettuce prices rose sharply in the first half of the year due to hot weather in Arizona, where about 1/3 of America's lettuce is grown. And now some restaurants are dealing with the fallout from the cyclospora outbreak linked to shredded lettuce that has sickened thousands of people. Yum Brands, the parent company of Taco Bell, said Taco Bell's U.S. same-store sales are down 2% so far in the July to September period. This is AP News. Some elephants have died in Africa.
15 elephants in southern Kenya from Amboseli National Park died after eating the tomatoes from nearby farms. Authorities did not specify who might be responsible for the contamination. However, in the past, farmers have been suspected of poisoning elephants to protect their crops. The park in southern Kenya borders an area where farming and the raising of livestock are prevalent. The Kenyan Wildlife Service warns that the contamination could affect local livestock grazing in the area. I'm Karen Shemas.
Americans outside Washington, D.C. will soon be able to get limited edition U.S. passports that feature a picture of President Trump and celebrate America's 250th birthday. The State Department said its 27 passport agencies around the country will start offering the special travel document next month. Those who want the special passport must apply in person on the day specified. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
AP News, I'm Mike Hempen. A big day for Microsoft following signals that its spending on AI is translating into profits led to a powerful rebound on Wall Street. The S&P 500 rallied nearly 2%. The Dow was up 1.2%, and the Nasdaq jumped nearly 3%. Another sentencing related to a Georgia school shooting. We hear about it from the AP's Ed Donahue.
A father who gave his son a gun used to kill 4 people at a Georgia high school was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Colin Gray was convicted of charges including second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter. His now 16-year-old son, Colt Gray, was sentenced to life in prison this week. Shayna Aspinwall's husband was one of the 2 teachers killed.
He did not pull the trigger, but purchased and left a firearm accessible to a minor. My husband was a responsible gun owner that properly locked his guns up away from our children.
She wanted the maximum sentence. Judge Nicholas Prim says his heart breaks for everyone in the courtroom.
It is clear you failed as a parent. You did not provide a stable household.
The judge also said punishing crimes of negligence is especially hard because there is no intent to commit a crime. I'm Ed Donahue.
President Trump says he may withdraw and delay Todd Blanche's nomination as Attorney General until Republican senators who are seeking concessions from the top prosecutor leave office next year. Senators John Cornyn and Tom Tillis have sought additional assurances in writing, spelling a final end to the anti-weaponization fund created to resolve Trump's lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service. A federal appeals court says the Trump administration cannot deny immigrants detained inside the United States a chance for release on bond. This is AP News. A first-of-its-kind CDC study finds deadly mold infections may be more common than doctors realized.
A groundbreaking study published by the CDC suggests infections from invasive mold may be an underappreciated health threat. Researchers detected about 450 cases in Atlanta area hospitals over 5 years, and about a third of the patients died in the hospital. The study found hospitals can expect to see 3 to 5 cases per year for every 100 inpatient beds. Senior study author Dr. Jeremy Gold says it's important to understand because the problem may grow in the future as more people are exposed to mold in the wake of natural disasters influenced by climate change. Infections are especially dangerous for the elderly and patients with weakened immune systems. I'm Jennifer King.
The College Sports Commission has approved $7.5 million in restructured name, image, and likeness deals for 18 Nebraska football players. More news at apnews.com. I'm Mike Hempen.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer in the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans, 40 years and 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Buenas. Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett. Please keep me in the people's house, and I'll keep fighting for our families. I'll keep fighting for accountability and transparency from a government that wants to keep you in the dark. I'll keep fighting the special interests and corruption that paralyze progress. I'm ready to continue what we've started together, doing good for Guam. Put Fabota. Vote number 11, Democrat, and bring in Barnett again. Viva! Guahusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett, Zahua Prebe, este na mensaje.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Anak gofpanidosudu na tumurudu ginenguahan. Igineftau itautauta, muna etmas uniku na isla, zangwaizadu na lugar gihilutono.
Men govmestun itautauta, zatput ikustumbri inazuda zaninakudi, mas men mekud hit karagwaha asaki.
Esti ikinimentin mami, Wahuzan sitina na bayan protehi kuturata in natakilu economia in celebra ihinadzin samoro zan historiata. Zabayin fatsutui iman mamalena enerasyon siya, kosa ki umas miresi todo iminaulik gini manyaynata za uma oprobeta todo igwinahan itanota. In gagagal hamzu itautogwahan nui botun midu. Parabayin setbi hamzu tat kumu magat lahi zan segundo magahoga.
Viva Tatatano!
Viva Guahan!
I'm Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The road to Adelup is set. This time, we sit down with Democrat candidates Senator Joe San Agustin and former Senator Dwayne San Nicolas. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 8 on the Wave 105 YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Hafaday, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep the day moving right here on Mornings with Patti.
I'm the spark in the room when the bass goes boom. Indeed it does. 12 minutes after 9 o'clock in the morning. Look at Maureen shaking her shoulders, like shaking her shoulders on the dance floor. That is our studio. Why, hello, Maureen Maritita.
Well, you know, I have been known to give it a whirl.
Have
right?
you?
Yes.
Have you now? Do you twirl, unwirl? I know you drop it like it's hot, or do you twerk?
No. I do not, no.
They're twerking. Twerking, you'd throw out a hip. I think it's a WD-40 thing if you're going to start twerking. Well, it's good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I didn't know if you were still going to be at the same conference.
No, it finished yesterday.
How was it, though?
There
was a lot of ramp up to it. Yeah.
I think there were, I know there were 500 people there.
Oh, dang.
I should give Crystal Paco San Agustin a shout out.
Oh, okay.
Because she was pretty funny. She taught people how to respond to Hafaday with Hafaday.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Good.
And then during the day, anybody who came up to speak and forgot was fined $10.
Oh, nice. Where'd the money go? In her pocket?
No, the Sammy Scholarship Fund.
Oh, okay.
So I know she made, by lunchtime, $50.
Oh, well, it helps to forget. Right. There's nothing that says Maureen Maritita than a huge Name tag. Turn it around. Turn it around. Where it
Here
says,
we go.
Look at that. It's like, who are you? That'd be stupid. Because
that's what they gave me.
Biggest. That must be the biggest lanyard. I mean,
yeah.
name tag I've seen. This is nice. So
I could put it on the front door, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
you could put it on your desk. So what did you bring us? She brought us something, Dice.
so this is hello EXP. This
Oh,
is the
okay.
bag.
Oh, this is the bag. Oh, she's the party favors.
For the conference bag.
Mhm.
And
Oh, are there pens in there?
ta-da.
Oh.
So I have one for you.
Oh, look at us. We're so lazy.
And
I'm
Dice,
digging
I
this.
Wow,
what are
bring you
those?
one
These
too.
are.
It's a spoon fork. It's a spork. That's
well,
pretty
and
cool.
no, girl.
No.
There's serrated edges here.
Stop.
It's a spoon fork and a knife.
It's a spoon fork and a knife.
These are engineers.
That is
These are
real
people who have
cool.
absolutely no patience for 3 different utensils.
That's pretty neat.
Let's just combine them into one.
And you
How
see that
creative.
they're claiming,
They're, what's that now?
EA engineering.
Oh, okay. EA Engineering, Science, and
Love
Technology.
that.
Oh, that's nice. Let's see if it works.
Cool toy.
So I did
I'm gonna
want
see
to
if it
show
works.
you.
Oh, I don't want to touch it now. Okay.
So obviously there were a variety of giveaways.
Okay.
So let me see.
Just don't rake your.
So everything from one of the supply companies was giving out coffee. And that's like gold dust, right, at the moment.
I hear you.
So that was nice. And I should say great job to Matson and Stability for the wet bags.
What was in it?
So,
What's a wet bag?
It protects your phone, keys, whatever, if you're on a boat.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you have
super
one?
Cool. I do, yeah.
Where is it? That's not one of the
It's
things
at
you're
the
giving
house.
us. Oh, okay.
But I also wanted to show you
Oh,
what I
okay.
think is the giveaway.
Of giveaways?
Oh, yes.
Pièce de résistance.
Now,
This is a safety thing.
yes, so it's
Look,
it's
guys.
actually a rubber duck.
I love it.
It has.
That's too cool.
I know. So the safety jacket, the
Of
orange.
course, yeah, the orange
safety
vest. Yeah, that's
jacket.
flashlight. Little hard hat.
Can I have my gifts? Sorry.
Yeah,
You
take
sure
it.
can.
Patty might borrow it.
No, she's not giving you that.
Wait.
Can't I have the
I haven't finished with it yet. No, this is important.
No, yeah.
The safety glasses,
You get
however,
go sit down. You're going to try and jack that before me. That's what you're going to do. I see you're at the. She's at the waiting.
I'm coming for
The
the
safety glasses, however,
I-
are on
on
the
his
helmet.
head. Oh,
that's
that's
a
so
violation,
cute.
right
Safety
there.
glass.
Oh, really? You can't put the.
Yeah.
It's got goggles have to be on your face at all
Well,
times. Or
my in-house
Yeah.
construction expert
Yeah.
says that's very common. People not wearing the safety glasses.
so they just put it on their head.
Yes, so this is from a company called Tetra Tech.
Okay, that's so cute though. What do you
Yes.
use it for? Holding
So,
down your papers.
So I looked up Tetra Tech
Okay.
on their website because, I mean, really,
Yeah.
any construction company that has a brand ambassador that is a dog.
Is that random or is that there's a reason that they have a dog?
I have no idea, but it
Okay.
says on their website that they are a global provider of high-end consulting and technical expertise. So, I thought that here at Glimpses, we know a lot about branding, right?
Absolutely.
We have our friends down the hall from Glimpses Advertising. They know a lot about branding too.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, there's something that we don't know. This
About
is,
the significance of the duck.
well, I'm just saying. So this is a company that's originally from Pasadena, California.
Okay.
Maybe that's the California.
Duck. Maybe there's a duck
yeah.
reference. Can you look that up, guys? Yes. Are ducks significant to Pasadena, California?
Okay. All right. Let's look
Yes.
for it.
So Josh from Tetra Tech, I did say that I would be. He said this was the best reason ever that I was going to talk about it.
Oh,
to get
about
a
the
duck.
whole Sammy conference.
Right,
This is clearly.
to get my duck.
Yes.
So you said they're really popular,
Are they?
particularly for people with children.
Or dogs? Ouch. Sorry, but Sorry.
But, I thought our audiences should know what's going on out there, right?
Oh, if anything came out of that conference, I say that was clearly one of the most important things.
Ducks are big in Pasadena.
They are?
Huge.
How? Why?
Huge. They got 15 restaurants. They got roads named after them. Yeah, it's quite significant.
No kidding.
It is. Yes,
There it is. A little research helped. Ducks are significant in Pasadena, California.
Duck curry and spaghetti.
They've got duck in the restaurants. They have street names.
Well, I'll be.
Is there any Daffy Street, like Daffy Street?
Hey, well, you know what? The receipts are accurate. Yeah.
Okay.
You never learn. You never stop learning.
Well, it took my producer to crack the mystery. So
quack the mystery. I like that. That's good.
You're welcome.
Quack the mystery.
So I did spend some time, in the actual conference. Which was, let me see, so 50% of the attendees were from off island, 10% were from the U.S. military, mostly from off island.
Were they all? Was it global or off island, as in United States?
Some came from the United States, yeah. I think there was an assistant undersecretary that spoke that came from D.C.
No, but I mean those who attended from off island, they were from companies, it wasn't international, that they came from just the States?
I don't think there was anybody...
Well, it is the Society of American Military
I don't
Engineers.
think there was anybody international, but there was certainly people from Hawaii, the States.
Yeah, okay.
And 50% of us from Guam.
Yeah. Well, good showing for them. This is long in coming. They've been waiting to have this, and hopefully
it's every 2 years.
Yeah, they've been waiting. Yeah. Well, I mean, the ramp up to this has been. They've been here with boots on the ground, right, to try to pitch this this forum, and there were a lot of people who showed up from here because they have military contracts, right?
Yeah, or they'd like military contracts.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm glad that you were able to cough up a little bit of her merch. She got some stuff. I'm going to hang on to this. I think this is really cool because it's got a knife on it. You see it? You could cut your steak.
I like it.
And then
it's
dig
perfect.
it at the same time, rather than doing what the British do. And it's like you take the knife, you have it in both hands, and then you just pop the steak in your mouth. I don't know you people eat the way you do.
Well, we won't go there. I love you. Let's not
have a
lose
wedge
it over
between
a
us.
steak. Right?
Let's not drive a wedge between us.
Yes.
But anyway, there's election is tomorrow. We were just talking about. I was talking to.
So I was asked yesterday who I thought was going to make it on either side, right? And my reply was, I can't call it. Right. I really can't. But I have my opinions on who might not make it.
Okay.
Right? But
have you seen any polls?
I have not.
I wonder if that's a guarded secret, because I've spoken to people within
usually
the
there's one
administration.
from Ron McNinch, right?
There's always something. Well, somebody wrote to me that he doesn't believe that 60% of the voters will turn out.
Why not? Does he say?
No.
Okay.
He doesn't. Apathy? I don't know. I have no idea what his word.
I think it's.
He thinks less than 60% of voters will show up on Saturday, August 1st. I didn't see his poll, so I really no idea.
Well, I'm always, eager to see the results. I think this year it's quite exciting, actually.
Here's the opinion from somebody. Ron McNinch thinks less than 60% of the voters will show up. Blas Okada needs to find a way to make it easy for voters to get to the polls. I think all of the teams pretty much will pick you up, right? That's kind of a standard.
They do that in England too. Right?
Carpools. Well, we don't have Uber, but I get it. Trolleys. Okay. Influencers providing rides. Call out families and friend groups to go to the polls together, enjoy this social experience and camaraderie, because there's a lot of it.
Yeah.
This is Guam's immersive spectator sport. Let's broadcast it to the world on Saturday. Food, fun, festivities, the spectacle, the drama, the chaos, the excitement, then recognize why it all matters. The undecided voters will vote for the team that they believe will take care of them and their families. The undecided will vote for the team who makes them feel safe and secure in Guam's future. Okay. I don't know where that study comes from, or if that's just your opining, but some of that's pretty obvious stuff.
Yeah.
It's, you got to bend over backwards. I don't
There's
know about
certainly
the
a lot
other
of
side.
senatorial candidates, right? I
Yeah.
think 60 some. It's amazing.
Do you go down the list and do all of the 15?
You mean to vote? I don't vote. I am a British.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You don't vote. You and Dice. You'll just go around and talk to everybody.
But I'm obviously, as a media person, I
You have
take an
your choices.
interest in what's going on, right? I mean, this is our next governor we're talking about, right? I know the primary, but then it narrows the field, and then we'll see.
Yeah. This is going to be a thing. Somebody said, and I agree, that this is probably the most important in modern Guam, the most important election that we're going to have. Because we're in the middle of some pretty big stuff, and we got to be able to cash in on what it is that we can get, because there won't be another buildup this to the size that it is now. From the last buildup, we didn't really have any say. The last buildup was clearly post-war.
Yeah.
But now that we've got this, depending on who you talk to, you got to be really aggressive with the federal government about laying out what your wish list is.
Well, I think if there was a message yesterday. The speakers were talking to a bunch of construction folks, right? And so some of it was very technical, and so I didn't deep dive into that. But if there was a message, it was not that we need to finish these projects on deadline, but we need to finish these projects so that we can be ready for anything. I mean, really, it was stressed,
ready for anything.
That we're in an area where bad things
anything can happen. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is preparedness.
Yes.
And
readiness. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that was the message. Yes, be efficient. I mean, the message is always be efficient, find better ways to do it, right? But also speed it up. Let's get it done quickly because it's important.
Did the conversation come up that it is important for the military buildup, but the infrastructure on Guam still has to be a major part of the consideration?
Yes. So there was a very good panel on infrastructure preparedness. A gentleman, Mr. Bermudez from Saipan, spoke very thoughtfully, I thought, and there was a woman there from the government of Guam whose name escapes me. She also spoke well, right? That, but preparedness on this island is sometimes a little slow, right? To put it mildly. So, but so the talk was also about the region, right? That there, I think, so in the Pacific region, believe it or not, also to include, I guess, Manila, Australia, 9 of the world's busiest ports, right?
Yeah.
And so there was some really nice slides that explained that it's not just Guam, Saipan, Palau, FSM, and the Marshalls, also Wake Island, Kwajalein, right? All those small islands that fly the American flag.
Kwajalein's always been a post.
Yeah.
They've had American civilian workers there keeping that basically a base, that whole village of people prepared. Do we feel like the government over the past decade has, knowing that all of this was happening, and it was with Eddie Calvo through into the Leon Guerrero administration, has had a sense of urgency that Guam has to be equally prepared outside the fence as they are as we are supporting what's happening inside the fence.
No, I think that they didn't come to that conclusion. I mean, obviously there were things that needed to be discussed with the federal government, right? But I don't think there was the same sense of urgency that there is now, because it's nastier out there now, right? I mean, the China's beating the drums for Taiwan. It's not that really. I mean, yes, there was always a recognition that China felt it. Taiwan was part of it, but it wasn't quite so aggressive.
It was very vocal and aggressive in the
Yeah.
last couple of months when there was where that kind of language was really picked up by the media. That there was no question.
I mean, there's been Russian incursion into European waters.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's just messages at
Well,
the
it
moment.
is messages,
right?
and I also think that President Trump didn't help the situation by sort of taking a side on Taiwan, and it was a stark difference from what the United States has said, and tried to, be a friend and try to make sure that they knew. But
I
he
think-
made a statement, which was one of the first that had been made by an American president to take a side, and that was scary. Because there's a friendship there. We have a relationship. If not, we don't have a diplomatic relationship. We have an economic relationship. At least Guam does.
Well, we don't have an official relationship, but we do have a relationship, and so does the U.S. I mean, you can't go to Taiwan without seeing delegations of politicians, whether they're from the U.S. or somewhere in Europe, whether they're Democrat or Republican.
Right. So I guess maybe what people might be looking for in this topic at the polls is which of these teams has the sense of urgency when it comes to the military building.
Yeah, and maybe which team is capable of standing up and representing us as we should be represented, right? I mean, we're no longer just a little island in the middle of nowhere that nobody's ever heard of. Right? I mean, we've always had a strategic location, but now people are more aware of it, more aware of the other islands too.
Yeah. So coming up here in the next several days, I mean, we're going to be the fallout from the election. We're going to be, watch parties everywhere. I don't know what interest you have.
There's the Port Authority is hosting a conference next week. Then there's fair. There's some other distractions, I think.
And then
right?
the cycle begins again because whoever is left standing has got to dump a lot of effort into making sure that they end up on that ballot, or at least on the winning side of that ballot. So, I was talking to Rick today. Rick is a marketing executive, and he has a very good feel for how advertising dollars are spent by these campaigns. And you being in the biz for such a long time, it is people like us who know that an election season is like Christmas. Right.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that in the past couple of years, these seasons have not produced the way we have are led to forecast. In sales for media, and a couple of things are happening. Obviously, the technology allows for people to take their own personal accounts to a larger base of people all over the world.
Yes,
and say their messages for free, basically, right?
But I think a portion of the advertising will always go to radio. I mean, people listen to radio.
Hear that, Dice? Put a lot of pressure on us now. I wasn't thinking that. 95%. Yeah, she said 95%. I think that number was 80 or 85. I mean, absolutely. The medium is spontaneous. The medium is, easy to get. You don't have to really pay for a subscription, and it's a platform that you can find on a number of platforms with Glimpses Radio, obviously YouTube, and the good old-fashioned radio. And at the same time, it hasn't been only in the past couple of days where we've really seen the full court press on advertising coming into the station.
But, so in Guam, you can bump into candidates anywhere. Right?
That's exactly what Rick was saying.
I mean, so they're not some distant figure that you'll never meet.
Right.
So I think that makes a difference. In England, candidates go door knocking.
They do that here, a real grassroots kind of campaign in the villages. You've not seen that in Jigo?
I only once. I was home, and two of Tony and Pinko's sons stopped by.
For him?
Yes.
Oh, dang.
And
that was a while ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Yeah.
I offered them water. I do that for
they like to
anybody.
Do that sit-down thing. People were expecting the canvassing. It was canvassing the hood, right? Ginger Cruz a couple of years ago was big on that. She would just be dropped in the middle of the village and just start knocking on doors. She also needed to do that. Ginger was less of a notable figure.
She was waving in the middle of the road in Vigo, right?
You
couldn't miss her.
Yeah, so she had a lot of catching up to do because people might have remembered her, but there is a whole segment of the community that didn't grow up knowing who she was or her celebrity as a news person or as a journalist. So there's that, and of course she left that business to get into politics with Carl Gutierrez. So she did have some reintroductions to make, and it meant a lot for her to do that.
You and I would remember her, right?
I do. I wasn't actually here during the time, but when I was always, I knew who was in the media, always being in Hawaii in the media, right? And I would come home and I would see who was on TV. There's one time that she actually invited me to the studio. I wasn't on the air because you don't interview journalists. I wasn't on the air, but I did. Was able to sit by when she was doing some of her stuff, and we had a long talk about media. But she used all of the vehicles that she needed, by foot, by radio. She saturated the market with her advertising, and that presented a problem for the advertising dollars that was made available to James Moylan, even though he came out on top.
Right. But, she didn't do badly. Right?
No. But obviously the object is to win, right?
Sure. Yeah. But, it depends. Sometimes people go a second time or a third time, right? Certainly on the senatorial ticket.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've seen some hanger-oners. It's like, bruh, not going to happen again. We've seen that. But, they're giving it the old try because they think that from every couple of years that somebody is going to notice, right? Dave Duenas has run numerous times.
Yes.
And he still feels like he's got a lot of energy in there to be able to get there. I think that the time that he spent on the radio, he had a lot of free time. And I mean, literally free time to be able to talk about his views from Sorensen and to here. But the strategy for Dave Duenas was not spending a whole lot of money. He was writing letters to the editor.
Bob Klitsky never spent a lot of money either.
And there's that. Here's the thing, though. You've got to be able to have something worthy to say. If you're not going to spend money to get to the larger masses, then you're probably coming in on some pretty good platform that you don't have to over-explain yourself.
Yeah, well, so Bob was former military, and then he was concerned about education, right? And people felt that he would make a difference,
He brought us the 14 points of the Adequate Education Act.
Right.
This is the Bible that is constantly ignored by the education department. We've never. He had the standard by which we should operate the schools, but there was like a few of them that were followed. Right, some of those commandments were followed, not all of them.
And he would do things in the village. He would talk to the mayors if he thought something needed fixing.
Yeah.
So he would. Interact with his constituents, right? I mean, people in Jigo.
Was he from Jigo?
Oh yeah, he lived down the street from me.
Oh, so. Okay. I see. Of course, he was you borrowed sugar. Of course, you knew.
Yeah. So, but and he would say, "Maureen, have you been listening to my show?" Right? I mean, and I would feel guilty that I didn't, but. Occasionally I would.
I mean,
right?
you're also
no problem.
You're also
Right.
at work. You're also at work when this is happening, right? So, I don't even know if you listen in the afternoon over here either, but it is a thing. How sweet. I am a voter. I vote every year. I don't take advantage of the fact that I can. I think that I've been really hypersensitive about voting because I lost the privilege to be able to do that nationally.
Okay.
And that meant something to me. I was,
Sure.
I was fresh out of high school and I was going to college, and at the first 6 months over there, you were allowed to claim residency after 6 months. I got a Hawaii driver's license and I voted for president for the very first time.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was kind of, I didn't know who anybody was locally, but I was honored to vote for president.
I
and
think
voted.
it's important. I mean, when I lived in the UK, I would, nag my roommates that we needed to go vote. In Australia, it was an obligation. So they would knock on the door, and I'd say,
And
"Well,
ask you where-
I'm
why are you
I'm
still
British."
home?
They said, "You still have to vote."
Really?
Yeah, or we'll fine you. I'm like, how much is the fine? $10.
They would fine you for not voting in Australia,
Yeah, so that's
despite that
national
you weren't
and state elections.
Of course. Okay.
So
I mean, it's a commonwealth.
It's a commonwealth.
Yeah. So the British citizens are required to vote in the Commonwealth.
It's an obligation, not a
Interesting.
privilege.
I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
I never thought about that. Okay.
So it's different in different countries. The Conservative government disenfranchised me after I left the UK. 5 years, right? I think it was like 2 years ago. They
came back in their good
decided
graces?
that expats could vote in the UK if they wanted to, in the place where they last voted. So I thought, I see. And then they sent me a begging letter.
We need all the votes we can get.
No, all
especially-
the funding.
All the funding we can get, especially from the outcasts. We're not mad at you.
So it was a complete about face, right?
Yeah. Here, obviously in America, not so much. People aren't even clamoring to get to the vote. Even getting to the vote, even with these upsets that they're having in these states, where they're reapportioning these districts so that it sort of, creating
Very
an
strategic, right?
unfair playing ground, so that they know that people who might have been voting for a particular candidate by color, by race, would not be involved in, because they were too afraid to lose, right? And so that's kind of
It's mostly affecting the black population.
Absolutely,
right?
it's anybody who's marginalized that has a voice. They want to make sure that they stay quiet and locked up in their homes and never being able to have a say, and especially in a place like Texas, right? But Georgia, so where that black vote is very, very important. Sure. Places like Detroit, where this black vote is, the voter base is huge. So when you move in the goal line and you know it's unfair playing field, it should compel you to want to fight to keep on going, right? Because
some do, yes,
and that's a problem. Some also don't. Right. They're coming for me, so I feel defeated because I can't buck the system, and I can't, I can't stick it to the man. So they just don't go, which is exactly the opposite of what you should be doing when somebody tells you can't do something, especially when it's a right within, in our Constitution. Yeah. So I'm hoping that Rick Ninch is, wrong again, that it's not going to be,
typically it's younger people who don't vote. Now, I don't know if that's changed. So
I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah.
Maria Pangilinan in her interview yesterday was saying that we have a lot of candidates that are not of the same average age as entering into the political field in the senatorial race. So that might be bringing in an interest from a younger set that typically stays away. So and Genesis Babauta is his last name, right? Genesis Babauta is like his advocate in the youth sector that showed how important his role in his age and how influential he can be. He got the government of Guam to pave over a whole road because he complained about it enough, right? And people were listening, and he was doing it on every media platform that he could find to make the case.
Right.
And they did. I mean, under duress, they had to, right? So he's captured this youth vote.
Good for him.
Yeah. And so if they actually and yesterday they had a forum with all the gubernatorial candidates. And if that made a case for them, then they will be excited to go to the polls. Maybe the timing was great to get them inspired to go. I hope that the younger set does, because I think those of us who have been voting and those of us who have had a hand in trying to get the government to see what people are worried about are a little bit tired of like screaming into the microphone and having less than 50% show up, right?
Yeah, that's a pity.
It is. It is. Maybe we should start finding one like they do in Australia.
As soon as I was old enough to vote, so my younger brother would go with my mother, and then my dad and I were coming back later, so we would go together. So it can be a family thing, right? And then we'd go home for dinner and we'd talk about it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that's our habit. We do the same thing. As soon as the kids have always gone with me to the polls, so they've known from a younger age what it's like to go in that behind the curtain.
Right.
Sit them up on the table and then help them down. They're like, I want to color. They want to color in the little oval. And then as they got older and became voters, that I made sure that they were registered and they went to the polls. And we would go around 10 o'clock in the morning, and then we'd vote and hit lunch and sit around the table at lunch and talk about what happened, right? So, and then get the I voted sticker. That was the most important part.
Well, we'll see. I mean, if it's upon us very soon, right? So we'll see.
Tomorrow, they should have the final results out by 1 o'clock on Sunday morning, is what Maria said. So, where's the watch party at your house? At your house? What are we bringing?
I'd be more than happy to host.
Di says that they've lined up all of the provisions along the side of the road leading up to the school. Where
it's going to be exciting. It's going to be really good. How about your village? What you got going on in yours, Patti? What are we doing?
I'm at JFK.
Okay, you guys don't have like the trucks and trailers and of booze.
I mean, well, we do. We have like the noise.
Okay,
like the last time I went for the election 2 years ago.
For sure.
I think the first person I saw was Jay Arroyo, and he's a megaphone all on his own. So I think I saw him out there, and they're dancing to the music and they're screaming into the cars, and it's a vibe, right?
Sure.
And then once you get into the actual polling place, it's a little quieter.
That's the one.
You don't want to be like the guy that they have to shush, right? You got to leave all your heckling in the parking lot. But
there's none of that in England.
No heckling and no. You guys don't serve empanada.
Very sedate. You just go, vote, leave.
Oh, so
there's barely a sign.
Oh.
Saying vote here.
Oh my God, how insensitive! I mean, no empanada. You guys don't do any of the buchi, none of that stuff.
Nope.
Y'all stiff.
Take it very seriously.
We take it seriously, but we take it seriously going in. Like, what kind of food? And Daisel's soon to be finding out because she's going to all of the precincts tomorrow.
All the precincts. I'll be at
She's going to go and visit every single one of them. And I think we're going to see her on TikTok.
North
right?
to south. That's the plan.
She's starting in Jigo,
north to
where
south.
they're popping beer up there.
That's
I
what
hear.
Yes, we do.
We
got
a whole
the alcohol.
beer garden going up in Jigo. They have like a whole
They
trailer.
got a pickup, and there is a trailer, and they're going to be towing that bad boy. So
they're towing it somewhere where it's legal to
it's
drink.
It's going to be in there.
Who knew? Jigo's usually so quiet.
Well, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow.
Because Dice moved in the hood.
Well, what time do they stop selling alcohol out here? Is there a time that they no longer sell beer when the polls are open?
You crazy? This is Guam. We're alkies over here. It's like drink all your. Before there used to be a
was
law
like a curfew
that you couldn't buy alcohol. You could consume it, but you could buy
purchasing
it before.
alcohol. They'll stop.
There's no rule
between this and this hour.
Oh hell no, no. Some real great, I don't know, lawmaker who really liked to imbibe said this rule's terrible. And so now you can buy alcohol, and now you can drink all you want.
Okay,
But
yeah, we usually have to wait till the polls close before the alcohol in the bar sales kick in.
really,
Yeah, they want everyone at the polls.
is that in
sober.
Saipan?
Yeah, they want them all sober. Yeah, so if you go into so if you're going in and you're like, okay, I'm ready to vote, they're like, you smell like alcohol. You're gonna have to make it.
Dude, that's a little weird.
No, yeah, that's actually a law in the CNMI. Yes. Yeah, we do not
Who
sell
knew?
alcohol until those polls. Yeah.
Well, it was a Guam thing, first
It's
of
a
all,
law
but
back home, yeah.
I remember going to the polls inebriated. I'm just kidding. I'm just.
Patty,
It's when I didn't know what I wanted. I was like, check. Of course, I spoiled my ballot. I'm kidding. I never went to it.
You want to be sober.
Yeah,
Well,
you do.
I'll see if I'm going to stay out, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
or-
I might if I nap.
Yeah. Well, where
Oh,
would you
no,
go?
we've got a party to go to now that I think
Oh,
about
yeah.
it.
Oh. Well, there it is. You're
Yeah.
not sleeping at all.
I will take my phone with me.
Well, yeah, you have to. I don't know what the platform is to actually see it. I think you could pretty much all of the media is going to have some team there. The newspapers for sure, and definitely KUAM will have.
But isn't it usually broadcast from UIG?
Yeah. I mean, the media shows up
Yeah.
for that, and then they have people that update the actual website. So at any point throughout the night, you could
Yeah.
go and find out what the latest results. And it's by the they do it by the precincts, right? So which
Yeah.
ones are coming in is the ones that start showing out. But
Yeah.
she says that depending, they close at 8, so clearly by
Some hyenas usually first, right?
are they?
I think they're, it's
Because
so
they're so
small.
small and they can rush them over on the. Okay. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to whatever's going to happen. By Sunday morning, we're going to have a slate of others to be able to take a look at.
Right.
And then the cycle starts all over again for them to come back on in November for the big general election. So
Yeah, exciting
don't go to
times.
sleep. Don't go to sleep. Thanks a lot. I appreciate. Thank you for the whatever this is. The
I know,
this is
it's
like
a-
the
a-
utility utensil. Utility utensils.
It looks pretty strong, right?
It sure
So,
does.
yeah.
I mean, the serrated anything, I will be able
Yeah.
to. We'll be able to cut something. So, yeah, we appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Would you
All
like a
right.
breakfast plate?
Not a whole plate, no.
Well, I'm sorry, we don't do halfies.
What have you got?
I've got some Portuguese sausage, some eggs, and some fried rice. Actually, I do have a plate. Would you like to take one? I brought this from home.
Well,
I didn't know what I
I'm
was gonna-
styling, right?
You are, and I actually brought a fork, so you can have a fork.
I have.
Okay. Well, but do you have nice fancy napkins? No, you don't, man.
Okay.
Okay. So here we're going to be divvying up some food. Maureen Maritita, Biz Bites. I appreciate it. Thank you, and we shall
You're
see you
very
next Friday.
welcome.
Are we going to
Yes,
be here on
yes,
Friday?
ma'am, we are.
Wonderful. The 7th of August, I think that would be. All right. That's a good day. We are at the bottom of the hour, or at the top of the hour, nearly. Do I have to take a break because I didn't hit the bottom? Did I? Okay. We will be right back.
Thank you, Dice.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. Most Senate Republicans voted against advancing a measure in the Democrats' latest failed effort to end President Trump's engagement in military action without congressional approval in Iran. New York Democrat Kirsten Gillibrand sponsored the latest resolution.
We were told this president would bring peace and lower prices. Instead, he has given us war, pain, and higher prices. New York families are struggling to afford groceries and keep up with the rent.
3 Republicans, Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Rand Paul of Kentucky, joined most Democrats to advance the measure. Democrat John Fetterman of Pennsylvania joined the Republicans to oppose. Stocks finished higher at the close, even after the government's latest report on the economy showed just 1.5% growth. Spanish authorities say at least 9 people have died trying to reach Ceuta from Morocco. Officials want Madrid to declare a national emergency and deploy the army. George Clooney says his family has been forced to evacuate their home in southeastern France due to a nearby wildfire. France has allowed 84,000 evacuees to return home after the massive wildfire, signaling progress in battling the flames. One of Scouting America's biggest gatherings, the National Jubilee, has eliminated dedicated spaces for gay young people, women, and scouts of color as the organization faces pressure from the Pentagon to pull back diversity efforts. Lettuce prices rose sharply in the first half of the year due to hot weather in Arizona, where about 1/3 of America's lettuce is grown. And now some restaurants are dealing with the fallout from the cyclospora outbreak linked to shredded lettuce that has sickened thousands of people. Yum Brands, the parent company of Taco Bell, said Taco Bell's U.S. same-store sales are down 2% so far in the July to September period. This is AP News. Some elephants have died in Africa.
15 elephants in southern Kenya from Amboseli National Park died after eating the tomatoes from nearby farms. Authorities did not specify who might be responsible for the contamination. However, in the past, farmers have been suspected of poisoning elephants to protect their crops. The park in southern Kenya borders an area where farming and the raising of livestock are prevalent. The Kenyan Wildlife Service warns that the contamination could affect local livestock grazing in the area. I'm Karen Shemas.
Americans outside Washington, D.C. will soon be able to get limited edition U.S. passports that feature a picture of President Trump and celebrate America's 250th birthday. The State Department said its 27 passport agencies around the country will start offering the special travel document next month. Those who want the special passport must apply in person on the day specified. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
AP News, I'm Mike Hempen. A big day for Microsoft following signals that its spending on AI is translating into profits led to a powerful rebound on Wall Street. The S&P 500 rallied nearly 2%. The Dow was up 1.2%, and the Nasdaq jumped nearly 3%. Another sentencing related to a Georgia school shooting. We hear about it from the AP's Ed Donahue.
A father who gave his son a gun used to kill 4 people at a Georgia high school was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Colin Gray was convicted of charges including second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter. His now 16-year-old son, Colt Gray, was sentenced to life in prison this week. Shayna Aspinwall's husband was one of the 2 teachers killed.
He did not pull the trigger, but purchased and left a firearm accessible to a minor. My husband was a responsible gun owner that properly locked his guns up away from our children.
She wanted the maximum sentence. Judge Nicholas Prim says his heart breaks for everyone in the courtroom.
It is clear you failed as a parent. You did not provide a stable household.
The judge also said punishing crimes of negligence is especially hard because there is no intent to commit a crime. I'm Ed Donahue.
President Trump says he may withdraw and delay Todd Blanche's nomination as Attorney General until Republican senators who are seeking concessions from the top prosecutor leave office next year. Senators John Cornyn and Tom Tillis have sought additional assurances in writing, spelling a final end to the anti-weaponization fund created to resolve Trump's lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service. A federal appeals court says the Trump administration cannot deny immigrants detained inside the United States a chance for release on bond. This is AP News. A first-of-its-kind CDC study finds deadly mold infections may be more common than doctors realized.
A groundbreaking study published by the CDC suggests infections from invasive mold may be an underappreciated health threat. Researchers detected about 450 cases in Atlanta area hospitals over 5 years, and about a third of the patients died in the hospital. The study found hospitals can expect to see 3 to 5 cases per year for every 100 inpatient beds. Senior study author Dr. Jeremy Gold says it's important to understand because the problem may grow in the future as more people are exposed to mold in the wake of natural disasters influenced by climate change. Infections are especially dangerous for the elderly and patients with weakened immune systems. I'm Jennifer King.
The College Sports Commission has approved $7.5 million in restructured name, image, and likeness deals for 18 Nebraska football players. More news at apnews.com. I'm Mike Hempen, AP News.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer in the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans, 40 years and 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Buenas. Guajusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett. Please keep me in the people's house, and I'll keep fighting for our families. I'll keep fighting for accountability and transparency from a government that wants to keep you in the dark. I'll keep fighting the special interests and corruption that paralyze progress. I'm ready to continue what we've started together, doing good for Guam. Put Fabota. Vote number 11, Democrat, and bring in Barnett again. Viva! Guajusi Senador Darrell Christopher Barnett, Zahua Prebe, Estina Mensah.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Anak gof panidosudu na tumorodu ginen guahan. Igineftau itautauta, muna et mas unico na isla, zanguaizadu na lugar gihilutono.
Ben gof meskun itautauta, zat put I costumbre inazuda zaninakudi. Mas men metkud hit karaguaha asaki.
Esti ikinimentin mami, wahuzan sitina, na bayan protehi I kulturata, in natakilu ekonomia, in celebra I hinadzin samoro, zan I historiata. Zabayin fatsutui I manmamalena en resyon siya, kosa ki umas miresi todo I minaulik, gini manyainata, za uma oprobeta todo I guinahanita nota. In gagagal hamzu I tautogwahan, nui botun midu. Harabayin setbi hamzu, tat kumu magat lahi, zan segundu magahaga.
Viva Tautanu!
Viva Guahan!
I'm Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The road to Adelup is set. This time, we sit down with Democrat candidates Senator Joe Augustine and former Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 8 on the Wave 105 YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
KGUM-FM, Dedido, the talk of Guam. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Glimpses media radio station.
You know what you should do?
What?
You should get like a birthday tattoo.
What, matching tattoos?
No. Whoop. Patty,
I don't know.
Patty, a birthday tattoo. You know, everyone's birthday, they go and get a new tat done.
I've never had a tat.
You can get like a rosary.
I thought about it. I was going to do something on my ring finger, and it was going to be a crucifix. Check this out. It was look at that. It would have been a crucifix, and it would have had like the cross in the middle, and then it would have the initials of the kids, right? Because I had the 4 points, right? 5 points.
Okay.
Look at how cute that would have been on here.
That would have been really cute.
Look how look how wrinkly I am when I open my hand.
Nobody cares about that, Patty.
You would not see it, Dice. It would look like a slinky. I don't want to do Jesus like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be doing Jesus like that. Look, this is what it looks like. It's all smooth. If I open my hand, there's wrinkles. Jesus
I don't
becomes a
see the
slinky.
wrinkles.
I'm
I
not
don't
doing the
see
man
the
like that.
I don't see one wrinkle. I see no wrinkles.
You're kind.
Patty. I don't see
You're
any
kind.
wrinkles, Patty.
Because I made it to 67.
That's what we did.
Made it to 67. Happy to have that.
Yes,
you guys
me
are so
too.
kind to me. Thank you very much for all of the
67
great
more
things.
to
6-7.
go.
6-7. That means I don't know where I'm doing.
That's we got
6-7.
67 more years, Patty.
We certainly do.
We got this.
I'll definitely not be able to put anything on my body because it'll all be wrinkled and dehydrated. Anyway, hey, my friend, thank you for all of the well wishes. I do appreciate it. Everybody's kind
sure.
words. It really does make a difference when you wake up in the morning and people have nice things to say to you. And I hope that lasts the 364 other days of the year. I appreciate it all. And so this afternoon, you can hear Pauly Suba from 2 until 6. Dice carrying you through the afternoon as well with her music and all her antics on Power 98. And for us over here at The Wave, it is time for us to take our leave until Monday. Don't forget to go out and vote. Don't prove the polls right. Make sure that you go and at least vote and get the sticker that said you did, because that's always a lot of fun. 10 o'clock in the morning on Mornings with Patty. I'm Patty.
I'm Dice.
KGUM FM and Daddy Guam. Have a great one, everybody. We'll see you back here on Monday. Thank you so much, Dice. Mwah.
Thank you, Patty. Happy birthday.